Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody from our public to the Education Committee today. We're here today as members of the committee to look at 6 bills which we have retained. We've retained a total of 20 bills. And for your information, we have approximately 109 bills coming to this committee for the next session. And so we dealt with over 100 of this, and for committee members, you know how much time and effort that took to go through that. You magnify every bill by 2 or 3 because we have hearings, we have to have exec sessions, we may have work sessions, and it's looking to be a very, very long January and February. So we have 20 bills that have been retained, 6 today. My goal is for us to try and work these retained bills out, and hopefully we won't have anything coming out with this 10-10 business. That was suggested in one previous subcommittee meeting. The vote was a 3-3, and I said, I am not going to accept that. Take it back and work it out, folks. So that's my intent right now, is to try to get as much to the floor that where we can go in with an up or a down motion, none of this no recommendation stuff. And I think we have retained the type of bills where we can work things out. There's some good policy in some of them, and so that's where we are today. The first bill in the docket is 147. We retain this. It's a bill dealing with the Advisory Council for Special Education. And it dealt with the issue of representation members on that council. And for several of us here, we have served on that council before, and we know there's oodles of people there. And one of the recommendation contained within 147, just to refresh people, was that there's representation from the correctional facility. And we also had the county. There are 2 different facilities. And so the motion was to strike the one representative from a county correctional facility. So that's responsible for administering this type of programming in that facility to just one representative of the Department of Corrections. So with that, I'd like to open it up to members of the committee here. Let's get some discussion on it. And first, Representative Tanner, you have your hand up.
Yes. After looking at that and hearing some input, people have said that the county is where the representation probably should be, because county correctional officers deal more with misdemeanors and would be dealing more with the age group that we're interested in dealing with on this committee. So just as a comment that I've had come to me.
I have since had that same discussion in Grafton. And we have, of course, a correctional facility right there in Haverhill where I live. And we're talking about a misdemeanor that's A or B, but you can get up to a 1-year trip there. We have people in the past we've had come in, actually those that have not graduated, they're carrying an IEP. And we've had to chase down where's the resident district. Oftentimes we find it's on the other side of the county, or it's certainly not coming from necessarily where the person was in trouble. So it's up to those people to deliver that service. So I concur. I understand that the correctional facility that's in the county level is responsible for providing the service many times over, especially to people that are residents of our state. So other discussion on that. Yeah, yes, Representative Balboni.
Well, I'm the new representative of that committee, and I happened to attend my first meeting last night, so I do have some fresh information. And I also want to, I wondered if we can give Representative Katab some time as well, because she is the prime sponsor of the bill. Mm-hmm. So from what I heard last night, everything has shifted. They've got a new chair, and everybody's adjusting. One of the problems with this committee has been that they need a parent majority, and currently where 51% is required, they only have 42%. So they're having trouble retaining parent membership. So that has a lot to do with keeping the quorum. So when you adjust the number of non-parent members, you have to subsequently adjust the parent members to balance it out. They took a poll. It seems that currently the membership of the committee would like to keep both representatives from corrections. The comment that was made at the time is that they serve different purposes. One's more longer term and one's shorter term. And also that they feel that currently, I was told that the populations for both of those areas are similar at this time. And regarding the addition of the medical person, although the committee really would appreciate that point of view and perspective, it would alter the quorum requirements to add an additional person without taking off the other position. And there was some talk about maybe instead of having an active voting member of the committee, having medical professionals with differing expertise come to consult the committee at other times. Again, it was just my first meeting, and I don't know a lot about the history, so that's why I was wondering if we could let Representative Kitab address why the bill was brought forward.
What I want to do is get some of the issues out on the table here first. Did everybody receive the communication from Bonnie? She's here also. And she's put together a kind of a history with columns that shows where it's been over the years with membership. And I think I took some time. I saw it first time this morning, Bonnie, on my email. I opened it up, and it was very... It's not the type of reading you want to read before you go to bed, but it is good reading and informative reading in terms of how this thing has developed and how the council has developed. So now we do have some copies of that. Bonnie brought in 12. I do have one on here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's pass these out. If you have a copy, pass it by. So I'll pass going this way. And we also have a number of folks that are absent today, and many are due to they have doctor's appointments for themselves, family doctor's appointments, veterinarian appointments, business outside the state. And with that, I do not plan on taking any specific action at the end of this. I will take a straw vote to see where we are in certain issues, so we can, sort of like we did on 266 the other day. So does everybody have a copy of this right here? So before we get into the current, Bonnie, could you come forward, please, and try to just go through that a little bit with us, so that there's a lot that have not looked at this. This is a historical view of this. What happened back in the days that Nancy Stiles, Senator Stiles, was engaged with making some of these last changes. Yes. Is the red light on, or did you put?
No.
There you go.
Yes,
Thank you.
now it is. Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you.
I was curious to find out when did different committee members start, so I went back and found the 1994 version. And it was interesting to see how much larger the State Advisory Committee was back then when it was first formed. There were members of representatives of a school board, the commissioner, a representative from the State Board of Education, and so on. And then we weaned some down over the years and added a few. So I tried in here to first include the ones that were consistent with IDEA and that have not changed. And they didn't start requiring a majority of parent members on IDEA until 2004, which is why in the very beginning there was a requirement for 7 parents and all of these other people, because it didn't have to be a majority. New Hampshire is much more specific, whereas on IDEA they say teachers, we say how many teachers, and one needs to be a special education teacher. So we're true to our general theme of being more clear. The first two pages are what we already had, whereas on the second page, we had a representative of the Business and Industry Association in the very beginning. And then in 1998, it was changed to one that was involved in the transition of students with disabilities, but it was kind of similar. We added the higher education and the private schools and the charter schools in 1998 as well, so that more of the choice options were available. And in the very beginning, the special ed administrator was recommended by the New Hampshire Association of Special Ed Administrators, and now it's just a special ed administrator of a public program. So that is, again, a piece of clarity. The one piece that New Hampshire is missing, actually, this person currently serves on SAC, but it's not in RSA 186C. I think it was removed by accident, and that's on the next to the last page, where IDEA requires a representative of adult and juvenile correctional institutes, and we don't have a requirement for somebody from the Juvenile Correctional Institute. We had YDC until 2006, when I believe it was removed by accident. So you may want to put that back. And we've always had the two representatives from the House and Senate Education Committees, Parent Information Center and Disabilities Rights Center. The last page were all of the ones that were in 1994. And within the next 4 years, they decided that that was being a bit too extreme, and they got rid of those to wean the committee down a bit.
So Bonnie, you're fairly familiar with this council. We have 2 members from the House and 2 members from the Senate. Every time we put legislation together, putting together a committee or some kind, we are getting wise and only putting 1 senator because we're lucky to get 1.
Yes.
What's the attendance of the senators on this?
I actually did a chart of attendance several years ago, and the attendance of both House and Senate is pretty slim, which is why they typically aren't counted towards the quorum if they're not there. I think because people are so busy, and so we sometimes have 1 of each, but it's very, very rare that we have even 2 representatives. And I can't remember the last time there were 2 senators present at a meeting.
When I was on, I couldn't remember 1 being present.
There have been pretty broad stretches when there wasn't 1 appointed. And there was one instance when it was Jack Balcom from Merrimack. He was on this committee,
Yes.
was primaried, and so he was not reelected, and he was on the State Advisory Committee, but his term hadn't ended for the State Advisory Committee. He just didn't exist in the House Education Committee any longer. And so while it doesn't say it in the statute, informally, committee members from the House and Senate have remained until removed by the President of the Senate or the chair of the House.
Yeah, Jack was vice chair, and he took over when I got off that council, and we
Yes.
put Jack on.
He loved it.
And he was very, very into every issue associated with special education.
Yes.
So, so that's information for the committee. Are there any, are there any questions of Bonnie here on this sheet that she handed us? Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just been on a lot of committees. Is this a workable number to get things done?
There have been quite a few years when quite a bit was done.
Okay.
And oftentimes people break into smaller subcommittees and then bring things back to the full committee. So it isn't always 25 people sitting in a room having a discussion about a single topic from scratch. Very often a smaller committee has done the legwork to bring it to the larger committee. There have been times in the past couple of years, I think COVID devastated the committee. And particularly when you had to be in person and have a quorum, and many of the members work with family members who are very medically fragile, and so they simply couldn't show up. And so the State Advisory Committee literally could not get a quorum for almost 2 years for that reason, and so couldn't do anything. Prior to that, I think it was pretty functional.
I think it's daunting to think about that many people on a committee, especially with special requirements for majorities and things like that. Thank you for.
You're welcome.
You're up.
Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Just want to double check. So does it make sense in your mind to eliminate one senator and have one senator and then have one representative from YDC?
In my personal opinion, yes, that makes sense. You wouldn't lose anything because they don't come anyway.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, but yet somebody from YDC can certainly
Yes.
contribute pretty substantially.
Yes.
And then I had a second question. Can I have a follow? Could I ask a second question?
Well, you're echoing my mind, and I don't know how you.
All right, we're on the same
Then
page.
after you, Representative Cornell wants
All
to.
right, it's just to follow up on the discussion with the correctional officers. So if a county correctional officer, which makes sense to me because of the, distance and what they know in their regions, that would be a reciprocal position in a sense that, like you had mentioned, somebody from COAS is in Grafton. Would the Grafton County person go? Would the COAS person go? So that they've got some flexibility on one of them has to be there versus.
Yes.
And that actually can't happen because there's contracted services to send to Grafton
Oh,
from
it is.
surrounding counties.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. For the state prison, I think it's extra important because they provide sentence reduction options
Yes.
for people who complete a diploma and so on. And if you need special ed and you're not getting it,
Right.
you're not going to complete that diploma. And so you have to stay longer, which is really unfair.
Right, well, we have one of those.
Representative Cornell, you do, but yours is federal. Yeah, Representative Cornell.
When discussing YDC, there's no more YDC, and even Sununu Center, we don't really know what it's going to be replaced with
Yeah.
at this time for youth. Yeah.
I don't know what the juvenile correction agency is. Karen Rosenberg probably does.
Can you explain, please?
Right under the bus.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the policy director at the Disability Rights Center. I think what the law requires is someone not from YDC in particular, or someone from juvenile justice. So that wouldn't. Right now, our statute refers to. It actually does refer to the Youth Detention Center, not SYSC. And I don't know that name's changed even in the new law that was passed that will reopen a new facility. But I don't think that matters so much because really it's a representative from Juvenile Justice Services, and that's what we have right now.
I think that's clarifying. Any further questions for either folks that are at the table? Yes, Representative Damon.
I'd just like to, and thank you for being here. I'd like to hear either of your perspective on the additional proposal to add a healthcare provider who has expertise in working with children. I frankly was surprised that wasn't already part of this group.
I think that one of the complications is that depending on the disability, it may be a different kind of healthcare provider. So you would need to have all kinds of people there. I understand at the committee last night, Karen was there.
So I'm one of the members of the committee. So I mean, and I'm not speaking for the committee, I'm speaking for Disability Rights Center right now. I think there are a couple of challenges here. One is that we want to make sure that the committee gets the information it needs about the interplay between medical issues that are related to a disability and education. And so the committee might address or be interested in looking at issues related to children who experience mental health issues, or maybe children with developmental disabilities, or maybe children who have specific learning disabilities and, that are related to dyslexia. And so there are different kinds of medical providers who could be involved with those children, and having a generic requirement for a medical provider may not actually meet the committee's needs to and further our objective, which is to advise the commissioner on the unmet needs, one of our objectives, on the unmet needs of students with disabilities. So we may not, by having a generic medical provider, we may not get the expertise that we need on the committee. And then we would be required to have at least 2 more parents of children or students with disabilities on the committee to meet the 51% requirement, which is really critical. It's very, it's very critical that parents of students with disabilities and students with disabilities are represented and heard on this committee. And the committee has struggled to recruit and retain and have active participation of those members. So, the other part of, besides not necessarily getting someone with the expertise we might need at a given time, we would be needing to recruit even more parents or students with disabilities to have a better balance on our committee.
Interestingly, there have been times when the educator, special educator or administrator was also a parent or a surrogate parent, but they didn't count towards the total number of parents because they were there in the role of a special ed administrator. But they tended to bring both perspectives to the table. Just an extra point of consideration.
Representative Damon?
So I appreciate the explanation. I'm wondering, since this healthcare provider position has not existed, how does the committee obtain the expertise that you just described that comes from varying different kinds of providers?
I think there's different ways that we could obtain that information. I don't know how much work the committee has done in the past on securing that kind of medical information. Do you, Bonnie?
No, it really hasn't come up.
But if it were to, the committee, so we can have subcommittees that include people who are not members of the SAC, and that has happened before. So that might be one thing to do if the SAC chose as a priority, looking, for example, at the unmet needs of students with developmental disabilities. We might want to consult with a developmental pediatrician. So, and these folks are hard to get also, right? So we could reach out and involve that person on a subcommittee. That would be one way. Another way would be to invite someone to come present to the SAC on a particular issue that has that overlay between medical needs and educational needs. So we don't necessarily need to have a representative on the committee to accomplish that and get the information that we need.
So could language be followed up with something like the fact, one local healthcare provider who shall specialize in working with children such as pediatrician appointed by the governor as a non-voting member?
I don't know. I think it's a little odd to be on a committee and not have a vote. I don't know that that's a good precedent to set. I think that if people are making the commitment to attend a monthly meeting for 2 hours, be on a subcommittee, they ought to be able to vote on what, on recommendations the committee might make. So I think it would set an odd precedent for
See, I'm just
volunteers on a
reflecting, Karen,
committee.
on some of the committees I'm on, which have technical support. And as a trustee with the university system, we have a number of trustees which are non-voting members, but are tremendously influential in providing that information when it's popped up and discussed by the trustees. So it does go both ways.
As warranted, yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I also don't know how that would impact quorum. If there's a non-voting member, maybe they wouldn't impact the quorum. You'd want that to be explicit, so that we don't end up in that whole bind that we've been in. with
See,
not
when it
having
comes to
enough
voting,
votes.
the voting is based upon those which are voting members, and the quorum is based off of voting members.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess
yeah.
that makes sense. I do think that it would be helpful, though, for the committee to look at where what kind of provider do we really need? Where are we really missing information, and to have a thoughtful discussion about that.
Who had the hand up first here? Representative Tanner, then Representative Kisk. Did somebody in between have a hand up? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there's something that can be done, either maybe not through statute, but if there's some way that we can help recruit more parents. I mean, there certainly is enough across the state of parents that are in that situation, but I'm not sure whether it's where you meet
There were
or,
several parents who were invited not to return.
Well, there's that. But actually, okay, first, I think you there's that. But I think you all did do something really helpful last legislative session, which was you passed HB 308. And what that, as you recall, did was it made it so that for parents and people with disabilities for whom it's not reasonably practicable for them to attend meetings in person, that it allows them to participate remotely. And that's hugely helpful in terms of recruitment because, as you know, parents have to take you can't be in two places at the same time. It's difficult for parents to attend meetings in the evening. We don't have a lot of public transportation, childcare. So I think, you should be commended for that step because that is going to make recruitment a lot easier. It's going to make participation a lot easier. At last night's meeting, the advisory committee did vote to allow remote participation under HB 308 for parents, for not just parents, but anyone for whom it's not reasonably practicable for them to attend in person. We still have some technological glitches which are being worked out because we need to make sure the technology, the Wi-Fi where we were meeting was terrible last night, but that's being addressed. And so that is a huge thing that you all did that should really help tremendously. Thank you.
Representative Cascade.
Thank you. So if there is the opportunity to bring in a specialist, because children with disabilities, as you know, those specialists could vary so wide. But as long as you have that specialist when you need it, then I don't see why we need to have a healthcare provider. That's one thing. The other thing is you just mentioned parents can now Zoom into the committee meeting, which now gives you the opportunity, I don't know where the committee meets, but it gives you the opportunity to have representation of parents from every county or every region. And so I think that's a plus as well. So that's pretty much it. That's where I stand. Thank you.
We use technical support and put people on committees often. I sat in 2 meetings this week already where we had, for example, Steve Appleby sitting in, who's Director of Higher Ed at DOE, who sat in at the Teacher Shortage Committee. We have Tal Huber, who sat in and participated in the dissolution of charter schools yesterday. So it's possible to put a technical support person, but I kind of agree that your technical support is going to vary whether it's a pediatrician or it's somebody who's dealing with a severe orthopedic issue of some kind. So it's going to vary.
Yeah. And I think it really depends on, what issues people on the committee become aware of. So there may not be an orthopedic issue, right? Or there may be we may become aware of students with a certain type of disability struggling more to have their needs met than others. And at that point, it might be really helpful to bring someone in who has the technical expertise that would really benefit the SAC's ability to give appropriate recommendations.
My son sees a complex care physician because he's complex, and she sees children and adults with a variety of disabilities, often multiple disabilities, most significant, but she doesn't see children who have learning disabilities as a primary category, or just reading disabilities or emotional disabilities. So even having someone like that, there's still gaps.
Right. That's where Jack Balcom was very good because he was the dyslexia
Oh, yes.
reading superlative. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Representative Katab. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me up. Do you have a copy of Rep. Cordelli's proposal? He said that he was going to have it available.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Because I want to kind of comment on that a bit. So I was appointed to SAC this winter, and I've been to, I believe, 6 of their meetings now. And I also want to point out that while I am appointed as a House member, I do also have 2 children in elementary school that are on IEP, so I could also qualify as a parent member. And I'm just saying that in the sense that my heart's in it for the kids. And the committee is truly made up of some wonderful people who are volunteering their time and giving their best. And I think it's important to say that, of course, everybody wants to be on the committee, and nobody's going to say, sure, take my seat, because it's a volunteer thing. So if they didn't want to be on it, they wouldn't be on it. They would have just resigned. But I do think it's important that we look at it from a lens of, is the committee actually meeting its current purpose right now? And if I'm going to be honest, the answer is no. In all of the meetings that I've gone to, they've been focused on how the committee should run itself and not talking anything about children at all. And that was the same theme in last night's meeting as well, which I'm sure Rep. Balboni will agree with. It's been talking, there was 2 meetings talking about a member that was on the committee, if she should be able to get an accommodation for her disability in terms of participating with the group. There was a meeting that centered around 91A issues. There was several meetings and emails that went back and forth, basically asking the DOE to provide a minute taker rather than just appoint somebody on the committee itself to be a clerk, and of course to fund the minute taker as well. And so there hasn't been an annual report that's been finalized and posted since the 2018-2019 season. And I do want to go back and say that while the majority has not been met by parents in a long time, the last report that I could find that it was back in 2014 when Ms. Dunham was chair. And I will say during that time, a lot of wonderful things were accomplished. There was memo after memo commenting on different policy changes, legislative changes, and they even organized a statewide advocacy day regarding special education. So I think the committee absolutely can function, but is it functioning now? No. And I think we need to do something to try and help fix that. So I think that's where Rep. Cordelli was coming from with his amendment and striking some further people off of the group that were not federally required. And regarding the pediatrician piece, I think the important thing to note is that while specialists each specialize in one little niche, pediatricians see children for every single that may have any disability. Always. And so they're the gatekeeper, the one that's giving out referrals to different specialists. Let's say a child is speech delayed or needs PT, OT, ortho, any of these reasons, they're going to be referring the child out. And a lot of times an issue is then discovered and the parents are going to the pediatrician, well, what do we do? The pediatricians are the ones that should be guiding them and telling them, well, if your child's over 3, you can go and get an evaluation and maybe they qualify for special education, because a lot of parents don't know that. The other thing is part of an IEP is asking certain pieces if there's medical necessity to them. And if there is, you often have a pediatrician that's writing a note that this device is medically required for this child. And we have that missing piece. And I think why it's important to have it is that person was on the committee and getting this feedback and hearing things. They could go back even to the New Hampshire Association of Pediatricians and say, hey, there's this missing piece. Would you mind sending a memo out to let other providers know X, Y, Z? And so I think that part would be hugely helpful. And I don't think it should be a certain specialized provider, because then I think you're getting into that niche of only a certain subset of disabilities. And I do kind of agree. I do agree very much so with what Attorney Rosenberg said, that if you're going to ask somebody to be on a committee, especially one that's not been functioning very well like this one, it's pretty frustrating to go on a committee but then not be able to have your voice. Because I think the other piece is that, why participate if you can't kind of have a full voice on it. So that's kind of the perspective that I'm coming in. And I've heard from several that sit up now, and I'm not going to point at anybody in particular, but that they've experienced similar issues. And so this isn't a new issue with SAC. It's been an issue for several years. And I do think there was many years ago that it was working, and right now it's not, and it hasn't been for a while. So that's kind of where I was coming from.
Thank you. Representative Lekas.
So do you see having the pediatrician on there more as a gathering information, like for pediatricians in general, to go from the committee back to the community, more that than the pediatrician giving input to the committee?
Yes, exactly. And that's why I think it's important for them to sit on there, because I think we're missing that kind of med to ed link where if there are problems, the pediatricians just aren't hearing about them. And, we've never, I think that a lot of the members do want to make changes because many of them have come out personally to testify for bills, but as a group, we haven't necessarily put forth even one initiative. So I think it would be unfair to say we haven't called in a pediatrician. I mean, we haven't, but we also haven't done really any other initiatives either since I've been on it.
Thank you.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. This Representative Cordelli's proposal here, do you feel like that trims this down enough? And does adding a clerk as something that you have to choose along with the chairperson solve the problem of logistics?
Thank you for the question. So I do believe that adding the clerk piece in would also, we do elect a chair, and that's been statutory. I think if a clerk were also to be elected, that would remove the piece that took quite a bit of heated debate over the course of several meetings and many emails. I do think that would solve that problem. And it would be a fiscally responsible way of doing it because somebody's already there and could just take the meeting minutes for free, just like the clerks on the committees do.
Follow up.
I thought this was passed out.
It's one on your desk.
So just to clarify, it doesn't have his name on it,
This was just handed out to me, so
but is that what we're referring to?
Yes,
is this what we're referring to?
yes. And that does also remove one of the senator pieces.
When you introduced, Representative, the bill initially as introduced, it spoke to several things. One, eliminating one of the correctional facility people, and two, dealing with one local health provider, period. It didn't mention anything about clerks. It didn't mention anything about some of the discussed pediatrician. In fact, looking at pediatricians right now, reading an article in the Wall Street Journal just the other day, there's only one pediatric hospital that has a pediatric department up north, and that's Dartmouth-Hitchcock. All the others do not. And so it's a rare bird that we're trying to look for here. But going back to this, so that was your initial bill as introduced, approved by the council?
Not approved, no. I did have some members ask me to put it in. It was prior to me being on there, and that's where when some of these other suggestions were made, I did agree with after sitting on the committee myself. And I do want to say the reason the word healthcare provider was put on there before was in case it wasn't necessarily an MD, but it was an NP or something. And there are actually several pediatricians that I'm personally aware of that would be honored to sit on the committee. So I don't think that it would be a difficult position to fill.
And the second question, then I'll go over to you, Representative Pitino. Representative Cordelli has a number of changes within this right here. Were those discussed at all with the organization last night?
No, the Zoom was not working properly at all, so I wasn't able to communicate with the group. Rep. Balboni kind of did a bit of suggested that it was going to be talked about, and there was a poll kind of done on the original pieces of it. But I do want to say that sometimes when you're too close to an issue, it's easy to say, I don't want these changes, but it doesn't mean that that's actually what's in the best interest, because is it functioning right now? No. And I think we've got to make some changes. So, you know, we have to make changes that are in the best interest of the kids receiving special ed services and not based on our personal likes necessarily. And I also want to say, if you guys decided that there should only be one rep on there, I'd be willing to give up my seat, because I feel that strongly that this committee could do wonderful things. And I hope that it can get back to the spot where it will.
Thank you. Representative Perino.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the healthcare provider comment, and Representative Tanner had an amendment that was trying to require a more specialized individual. And I told you I would follow up with our own local pediatrician, and I did. And he thought that almost any pediatrician would fit this bill, because they do deal with special needs children on a regular basis. So I just wanted to let you know that I had followed up and done my homework. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Ellison.
But Representative Cordell is not here to speak to his amendment, but two of the issues that jump out at me on the amendment, and then the printing, they're in the middle of a page, but it takes one representative of the Disability Rights Center off the committee and one representative of the Parent Information Center off the committee. I would like to know the rationale for his recommendation, but obviously he can't speak because he's not here.
Yeah, so I think part of the rationale was that, again, we don't have a majority of parents, and those are not required under federal law, those pieces. So if those pieces were removed, we would have a higher percentage of a parent majority. We haven't met it since in 9 years at this point, when I went back and looked through reports, and we are federally mandated to meet it, and we haven't. And there have been posts in groups, and I think people have come in, you know, tried out the committee and seen that it's dysfunctional and not returned.
Excuse me, follow up?
Yes.
I guess then, and I understand the issue of, we all do, of 50%, 51% parents on here. And so there's going to be some juggling, which is going on here. It would seem to me, though, that you have to keep in mind where people are coming from organizations and what they bring to the committee. And the fact is, if you then got to find two more parents, then you weigh that sort of thing. I guess I'm surprised at that those two organizations, representatives, have been taken off, that would be taken off the committee under the amendment, understanding full well that you've got to find some more parents. I do understand that.
And I mean, I personally very much so like and respect the representatives from those, and great people, but I think at the same time, for the last 9 years, they've been trying to recruit more parents and haven't been able to meet that. So to just say, recruit more parents, it's not working. We haven't been able to do that. So how are we going to actually be able to comply with the federal law? Somebody has to come off, and it's going to have to be pieces that are not federally required. And I would say, like, yes, somebody can come in and give presentations and whatnot. Still, it's not that nobody would be able to participate even and still get that same input.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Damon.
So I'm wondering if you could offer some clarification. I'm not sure it was you who said it, but someone in the hearing this morning or the discussion this morning, that if you're a parent on the committee, but you're on the committee filling a different role, then you don't count as a parent to meet the 51% quorum. Do I have that right? And if so, why? They're still a parent.
So I think if you're coming from the perspective of I'm here as a parent with a child with a disability, I don't think you can necessarily just say that the other person is a parent, because the mandate is that they would be a parent of a child with a disability, not just that they're a parent.
I think I interpreted
Go ahead.
I think I interpreted the prior comment to mean that they were a parent of a child with a disability. Thank you. So is that federal law that is saying folks who are appointed for a role that is a non-parent role?
It's, I think the way that it's worded says something like the majority of the members shall be either parents of children with disability, or they should be individuals with disabilities themselves.
I think what we'll do is, because I had a talk with folks upstairs in research earlier. Jen's not here today. She's out of state at a conference, Jennifer Ford. But I think this is an issue we need to get an answer to. Is this specifically stated in federal law or state law that you can't be here as both? I think that's very important. I'm here because I'm a grandparent, and I could have gotten off this position a long time ago, but I have a very vested interest in ensuring that those children are going to get the best opportunity for an education as possible. And I feel this is my little way of helping. So I can serve as both. And I oftentimes tell you about the youngster the other day, my little kindergarten kid, was in the thinking chair. Remember that? And so, you know, and he had to think he made a wrong choice. So I think it's important. So we will get a specific answer on that one. Okay, yes, there we go. Hello, Rebecca. Welcome. Rebecca is from DOE?
Yes.
Director of Special Education Service.
I'm Rebecca Fredette. I'm the State Director of Special Education. So there is no rule federally or state that says that you can't have a member, as Caitlin is, a member who is also considered a parent. In other states, they do count parents towards that. They would count Caitlin towards that number, as for an example. They would say that, yes, you are a representative, but you're also a parent, and we count you towards the parent number. In New Hampshire, that is not in our statute, and it has not previously been done. But there are other states that do count those parents towards that parent number.
Oh, very interesting. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for speaking today. If parents were counted, if members such as Representative Kutab, who qualifies as both, were counted also as parents, do you know if the quorum would have been met previously?
I would have to clarify which ones would qualify as a parent. Caitlin is open and says that she has a child with a disability. I would have to check with all the other members and see if they have children with disabilities that would make them count.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Let's say parent with disabilities or just plain parent?
Parent of a child.
Just parent or
Parent of a child with a disability.
parent of a child with? Further questions of DOE?
Yes.
Or reps? Yes, Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any provision for, thank you. Is there any provision for support of people who volunteer as a parent with a child so that they can participate supported by someone to care for the child while they're doing the committee part?
There is nothing that is in the provision of the law that says that that would be provided to them, and that's not something that has been previously done.
You have a lot more experience than most everyone in the room, so I'm going to ask you, is it likely that that would be a beneficial thing to provide as a resource?
Potentially, it depends on the children of the individuals that are in here. It depends on their medical condition. I know many of the parents have children who are medically fragile, so to put several children in one space may not be the best choice. So there's a lot of factors that would play into that. I think it would help, but would it be feasible is more the...
I'm not thinking of bringing them all into one room, for sure. I'm thinking of off-site care. But that, however it would be worked by the people who know how to do these things, and I'm not one of them. But it just, the idea occurred to me that if I were such a parent, I might be really frightened of the idea of leaving my child in some unspecified care or whatever, that if that could be arranged, then I might feel freer to contribute my experience, expertise, whatever, to the discussion.
There is remote participation allowed. It was previously allowed for there. The majority had to be in person, and then you could have other members participating remotely. So there were parents who, for childcare reasons, did participate remotely. And now, with the law that changed and was in effect, I believe, 2 days ago, only 1/3 have to be in person. And if the others needed to be home for childcare reasons, they could participate remotely on Zoom.
Yeah.
So I think that kind of does solve a little bit of that problem.
I think we've all had a long-term lesson in Zoom that we would rather not have it been inflicted upon us. But perhaps some others came out with a more positive experience than others, but I've had all of those I ever want to have. And so that said, yes, and thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Damon, then Tanner. Go ahead.
Separately from the parts we've been discussing, in Representative Cordelli's proposal, the 2 members of the House and the reduced to 1 member of the Senate, he's removed that they be members of Education Committee. I would express a preference for one of the 2 members of the House to be a member of Education Committee. I think we need the liaison, the communication back and forth, and that would be helpful to have.
Representative Tanner?
I just, I was looking at that first line of the group of parents, and it says individuals with disabilities or parents of children with disabilities appointed by the governor. And so my question is, it could be just a person with disabilities, not necessarily a parent?
If they're related to special. It could be a child of a, which is under the age of 26 is how it's defined. So it could be a child with a disability as defined by the law, yes.
Well,
but even
you
that
have
is
another listing of a child with disabilities, but this is in, the first line where it says individuals with disabilities or parents of children with disabilities appointed by the governor. So I'm just wondering if an individual with disabilities, not necessarily a parent at that point, would count for the quorum.
Yes.
Yes. And the other thing is there an issue with the appointment by the governor? Is that anything that's holding up people coming on?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Representative Penner?
Thank you. I have a question for you, Mr. Chair, and then I have a follow-up.
Yeah.
Can you repeat how many pieces of legislation we have coming across our desk?
109.
109, just from the House side.
That is correct. And
Follow it?
we'll have more.
I would suggest that a good portion of that legislation did not come from members of our committee, and that there must be a significant number of members of the House who are very interested and have a vested interest in education, including special needs. So I am pretty sure the Speaker could find one member of the House outside of the Education Committee who would be more than happy, Representative Kutab as a perfect example, to serve on this committee. So I don't see why it would have to be somebody from the Education Committee. That's just
Further discussion. So from the department, does the department see the strikeouts that Representative Cordelli has as being bettering the council or going the opposite direction? One representative of Disability Rights Center, one representative of Parent Information Center. Those would be eliminated.
So we wouldn't take a stand on whether it would make it better or worse. I think that it makes it more closely aligned to the federal language. And it also takes into that consideration that we have not been able to get that 51% for parents.
Okay.
So I understand the reasoning behind it. I don't know if it would be better or worse, or I would not want to speak to that. So I think it just would more align it with the federal language.
Further, yes, Representative Cordelli.
So overall, and I don't know if there's a question in here, but I just have to make a comment. Just hearing all of this, it becomes quite obvious the dysfunctionality of this committee. And it's hard for me to even understand what it does. We're talking all about all these different people and different categories and parents, but I just wanted to get out there that I agree that this idea that in a sense you could double dip and reach this quorum of the parents being 51% by having people who, hypothetically, it seems to me that one of the things that makes it dysfunctional and unwieldy is the number of people on the committee. Hypothetically, let's just say you could find parents with children with disabilities in every single one of these categories. I'm not saying you can, and you shouldn't leave out people who might be qualified otherwise, but to have a concerted effort to do that, I think is important. I just want to make a comment. I guess there's no question in that, but I think it's a very important issue, this idea of, is it okay for this sort of double dipping to meet the requirements?
Representative Lekes? If it's, is it a question for?
I don't know, what I was gonna say is when we're done here, can we have these two ladies come back up?
Sure, we'll take all the technical support we can get here. So you don't have a question? Anybody else have a question for either? Thank you very much.
There is also a parent from the committee here as well. So if we're letting people speak, just to be fair, I just wanted to point that out that
Thank you
there's a
very
parent
much.
here as well.
Karen and Bonnie, you willing to come back forth? Representative Lekes has a question for you.
So now that we've been discussing, as somebody referred to it as double dipping, and you know presumably a number of the people on the committee, do you think that if we just added in that it could count, they could count for both, that would solve the numerical issues that you're having?
It would certainly help. I know of several people, right now the representative from Parent Information Center is a parent. At least one of these.
A parent with a child.
Of a child with a disability. At least one of the educators or administrators, I believe, has been a surrogate parent. I believe still is, but I'm not positive. And a surrogate parent is in the definition of a parent, an educational surrogate parent. So I don't know if it would completely solve it, because I don't have all of the numbers in my head. Quite a few people have been appointed, and the governor didn't appoint anybody for 2 years, and so it was pretty difficult. For a while, we only had one member who was actively eligible because everybody else's term had expired.
Yeah, I think we would need more information to know if that solves the issue, but I think the committee really ought to consider how really monumental the change in the law is, and the that will allow more remote participation. The last couple of years, I was on the SAC. It was very difficult because we could not achieve a quorum, and because of that, we could not further the mission of the SAC, or really because we just couldn't do anything because we could not achieve 51% in-person participation of our members. And so, I think, that made the organization not able to function. I was on the SAC. I've been on it for, Bonnie probably knows, she's an incredible historian, at least 10 years.
You have since Dick left.
Right. And there were many years when our subcommittees met where we made recommendations we spent a lot of time on a subcommittee on the rules for the education of children and youth with disabilities, and came up with a recommendation for kind of changes in our rules. That was a collaborative effort that there was a subcommittee and then the entire committee voted on, and these had to do with preserving rights for parents to be active participants in decisions involving their children. So it retained rights for parents to get information, like, for example, reports that were done on evaluations 3 days before a meeting so that they would have an opportunity to review them, things like that, to be able certain notices and retaining timeframes for decisions to be made and for parents to be notified in meetings. So I think that was really a big effort that the SAC undertook and completed. And as a result, I think our rules are in pretty good shape when it comes to providing opportunities for parents to be equal participants in decisions that involve their children's education. So I acknowledge that the past couple of years, the pandemic wreaked havoc with a lot of work that our committee attempted to accomplish. It wreaked havoc on public education, right? But hopefully we're coming out from the other end of that. We now have, more support for some remote participation, which should help us to recruit and retain parents, others with disabilities who have a more challenging time participating in meetings in person. We have new leadership that just started yesterday, and we had a really productive meeting. And I think that we're on a good path. But the COVID really wreaked havoc with a lot of nationwide, New Hampshire-wide, and this committee really suffered as a result. But I think that it's not really about the numbers so much. We need to make our parent majority. It really has to do with making sure that we can meet our quorum, that we can collaborate and get our job done. And I think we can do that now that we've returned to whatever normal is. But
Can I add an explanation of why Parent Information Center and Disabilities Rights Center were added and kept when Senator Stiles reviewed that committee? And it was because in talking about the unmet needs of children with disabilities, no one ever calls PIC or DRC when their needs are being met. We only hear about the unmet needs of parents of children with disabilities, all disabilities throughout the state, birth to 26, the entire range of ages and disabilities and geographic ranges of the state. And so we're able to bring that perspective of what we are hearing as unmet needs to the committee as well.
I mean, really about a quarter of the inquiries to our office involve education for children with disabilities. It's a
100%.
100% of yours, obviously.
Further questions here? Yes, Representative Cornell.
So you would see that position that should remain as part of the committee, not be taken out?
Yes.
Both of them or one of both? Both should remain in?
Do different things. Yeah.
Okay.
Representative Tanner?
And kind of a follow-up with Representative Cornell's thoughts. As you look through this recommendation, and you said, I think you said that you would like to see, that the quorum is an issue. So if we go down through, and I don't know if you have a copy of you don't have a copy of the things, but whether we could go down through and see if you could point out which ones that you think should be.
I mean, I don't think the quorum is an issue anymore. We had an in-person quorum at our meeting last night. And without even having to, we had a few people participating remotely, but most people were in person. And I think that with the change in the law, that we're not going to have, the quorum isn't going to be as much of an issue. I think what we really need going forward is to try to address the issue of having enough parents of students with disabilities, people with disabilities, and students with disabilities on the committee. I think that the change in the law will help that because it will allow people geographically and with other kinds of challenges to participate. So it's at this point, I think never say like it's perfect, but I think the quorum issue is not so much of a problem now. We're not in the midst of a pandemic that is requiring people to stay home, and we know that people can participate remotely. It's more that the issue really is the 51% issue, and I think that the change in the law is going to help us to recruit parents and others.
Just follow up on that. So let me just, so one of the issues was to add a healthcare person, and I noticed on this it said one local healthcare provider. Are you in favor of that or not?
I'm not, because why create a parent participation issue where we don't need to? And I think that this committee has been able to secure outside consultants when needed. In the time I've been there, we've had lots of outside people come in and present to our committee on issues that the committee is interested in examining.
And if we had an amendment about allowing people to count as both, would that help you out?
Yeah. I think it would be helpful. I don't know. I can't speak for the committee, but it would address the numbers issue and recognize that people can be both state employees, for example, but also parents of students with disabilities, and see through that lens as well. Because I think the idea is to make sure that the views of parents and students with disabilities who are benefiting from the services or navigating the education process are represented on the committee. So I don't know that because you wear more than one hat, that would preclude you from being able to view through that lens.
And do you also, I think you did before, say it wasn't a big deal to go from 2 senators down to 1?
As long as I've been on the committee, which, like I said, Bonnie knows longer than me, I remember Senator Khan being probably the last senator who was actively involved and appointed. I don't know that anyone's been appointed since Senator Khan. And
Okay.
so going down to one senator is not going to change anything.
I just wanted to get clear what changes you were advocating for.
We're very fortunate to get one senator on any kind of committee. I look at the Keep It Shortish committee, and we have one showing up, and that happens to be, the chair of Senate Ed, who really has a responsibility to be there. But I can't remember when I was on there. Of course, why a lot of reps didn't go that time is you were scheduling on Thursday afternoon at 4:00, and we were always in session. And so we just couldn't escape to drive across town to get there. So, but senators, I don't think they'd mind if we turned it down, put it back to one. I think they'd jump up and say, thank you.
But I was on the SAC then.
Oh, Senator Stiles came.
Oh, Nancy came, sure. Yes, she did. And she was very active in that. But she was also, chair of the committee, of the Education Committee.
Right.
So taking a straw vote here with people right here, how many folks, this is just straw vote, you can change your mind later. At this time, how many people are thinking that we ought to go from 2 to 1 senator? See, there's where we are. So I don't think there needs to be any more discussion on that point. Now, how many people feel that we should have 2 members continue from the House? To continue, 2 members.
I do in one education.
And I will support that. Well, and that was going to be my next question. Should we be eradicating Education Committee, or should we just leave it there?
I think
The way it is.
I think you need to leave.
2 members of the Senate Education, 2 members of the House Education Committee, or rework it so at least 1 member from the House is from the Education Committee.
And the senator can be from any committee.
Valerie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, is it possible to write a member of the House, but a preference for the Education Committee?
I think we'd be wise if we reduce them, if we're going to still have 2 members, 2 members from the House, of which 1 must be from the Education Committee. That's the way most language is written.
Yeah.
How many people would be up for that latter part, of which 1 must be from the Education Committee? 2 members, of which 1. So we have a majority there. Okay, so we've gotten a couple things, some resolve there. There's another area where we have 1 local education official, and I always have a question because local is written in this bill several places. What is the definition of local?
I wondered that too.
And so, are we looking for an administrator in education, administrator? And is that the same thing, Representative Cascadden, as your education director in the school district? I don't think so.
No, it seems like the term was, I think of it as an LEA,
Yes.
local educational administrator who can sign off in some meetings, but never heard it local educational official
Yeah.
or an administrator. I mean, you're already having a special ed teacher. But it wouldn't hurt to, instead of 2 teachers, having a special ed teacher and a special ed administrator.
See, we also have other areas where we've added in 1 local health provider. Okay. Rebecca, welcome back.
Teachers and
So the,
administrators.
right, so the administrator is typically a special education administrator or a special ed director. That's who we've typically put on. Right now, there's currently a special education director who fulfills that role. Does that answer the question?
And that comes from Jane's organization?
No, it does not. That's the language about it coming from NHASEA is old language. It is just somebody that expresses interest. We usually put it out to the field and say, we're looking for somebody, and then it goes to the commissioner and the governor's office and they appoint that person. Yep.
So where are we on, as a group right here, on 1 local education official? Who shall be an administrator appointed by the governor?
2 administrators.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. Could one or all of you weigh in on the proposal here that position is omitted? Is it, do you want there to be this local special ed director or other administrator included?
You need administrators. IDEA is plural. If you eliminate that, you have one administrator.
So on here, line F is 1 and is crossed off. You're also referring to another line?
IDEA says administrators of programs for children with disabilities.
So there, and then line L is one
L is
administrator of a
right.
special education, public special education program. So there's one that is a local education official and then one that's just administrator.
That's how we meet the.
Follow up.
I think that it's not what we want, it's what the federal law requires. So the federal law requires more than one.
So we can't, I lost my place here, sorry. We can't remove line F and be in compliance with federal law because we'd only have one administrator and we're supposed to have more than one.
Right. Same with the teachers, it's plural. You can't eliminate one.
Ah. So, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
So then you just referenced line G where the proposal is to reduce 2 to 1 and that would make it not compliant with federal law.
Right.
Thank you for.
Representative Perrin.
Yeah, I just want to make one point. For parents with typical healthy children, it can be really challenging to come to attend a meeting in Concord and find childcare. So that would be addressing Representative Ford's comment. And I know Zoom is this new wonderful technology that we've all discovered, but I just want you to keep in mind that even with typical healthy children, a parent who might be trying to attend a Zoom meeting can have, you don't know what's going to happen behind you while you're trying to be on that Zoom meeting, and trying to maybe watch your children and pay attention while you're on the Zoom meeting will be challenging. So I can't even imagine parents of special needs children who have even more issues that might pop up would also find even Zoom meetings difficult to attend. So I just wanted to make that point, that it might still be just as challenging reaching that parental quorum.
We haven't really recruited, Parent Information Center and DRC have typically put the word out looking for parents. And I don't know about DRC, but Parent Information Center hasn't done that in the past few years because there hasn't been a point to doing it since they couldn't come in person during the pandemic. And so that can happen again, which would increase the numbers, certainly. It always has.
Yeah, I mean, you make a really good point. It is challenging. I mean, one thing that might be considered, I think it was Representative Ford who talked about like a childcare subsidy as something that would really support parents' ability to attend. And you know, I think I'm where you are, Representative Ford. It's like Zoom, like, you know, I think you almost use the term affliction. It is something that, I mean, it is a really great tool. It is going to be really helpful, I think, for parents who, with or without childcare, who are wanting to participate but live in Berlin and just aren't going to be able to do it. So I think it will help us with geographical diversity and recruiting, but we could consider further supports for parents in terms of some kind of childcare subsidy. I think in the past, parents, I don't know if this is still happening, but Rebecca Fredette would know, but parents were at least given some transportation reimbursement. I don't know if that's still being made available to parents, but if there are ways that this committee could recommend supports to enable and facilitate parent representation, that'd be really helpful.
Okay, I want to just walk through a few other points here that we might want to consider. Are we all in favor of asking Rebecca to find those states that allow a person to be there in two capacities, one as a parent? And Rebecca, could you try to find that for us? Because I don't have Jen right here. She won't be back for another week. So if you could find that out, maybe direct us a little bit or even craft something yourself to enable that to occur, I think that might get us over one of our hurdles here. Thank you. All right, so obviously we're not going to get, something done here today, and we have a number of bills, but I think we've really delved into this so we can come up with something. Are there any other critical points in this bill that we should be looking at and thinking of amending language? We didn't really resolve the issue of one local care provider. Maybe we should take a straw vote on that whether, or how we should do that. You know, there's technical support available. There's also right here, and your language that you have in your bill, Linda, or Representative Tanner, is much more specific than that which we see coming forward in 147. You're talking about, you know, having practiced in these particular areas. Are you getting too narrow? It's going to be difficult to find the beast?
Well, we also talked about maybe opening it up when that amendment came through for physician's assistants that may be working with children as well. So I definitely think that bill was too narrow, but I'd also like to just go down on the other letters.
Well, can we just stick to this one for a second?
Yep.
Do we want to see something in there referencing a new position with a health provider of some sort? Representative
I
Chanel?
think they said they felt comfortable with not
I
having
heard
one
what they
from the
said,
committee.
yes.
Yeah,
It's up to us, though. We write statute.
but we rely on the people on the committee.
Absolutely, absolutely. But, you know, we're going to have to resolve that one way or the other. Representative Cascade.
I see more value in keeping the DRC in the Parent Information Center than I do a healthcare provider.
Okay. Representative Lekis?
It seems that the healthcare provider is there for information going the other way. If they need information on a specific technical, they can ask that person to come in. But the health provider was to get the information from this committee out to pediatricians and the general community having to do with health. And I can see that would be a useful thing because I don't see another way, another means of communication. Like we want to keep somebody from the Ed committee on this so that they can come back and talk to us. So I can see having and it just said, the amendment says healthcare provider, so that would include your nurse practitioner or whatever. It's more generic, so that they can see what the issues are and bring them back to their community. And that's what I see the advantage being.
Yes, Representative Cordiello.
I see it as an advantage also to have a healthcare provider right on this committee. What we've been talking about this whole time is how dysfunctional this committee is and how it doesn't work. So maybe this is one of the problems. You say you can call in experts, and that seems to be complicated. If you had someone right on board who was familiar with healthcare in some way, whether it be a pediatrician or you could open it up, you know, a physician's assistant, someone who would have some expertise in that area would bring that to the committee itself. I think that would be a plus.
Representative Ford.
I'd just like to bring us all back to the real world. The people you're talking about are not people who like meeting in committees. They have a job, they have so many hours to do it, they bill by the hour, they move the patients through as expeditiously as they can, and they don't have time in their professional lives to sit on a committee that wants to talk the issue to death. And we're all guilty of that. We've sat in those committees, we participated, we know who we are, but they don't have time for that. They want to see a problem, they want to diagnose it, and they want you to do it. And if really it's up to us to disseminate, we can disseminate. They just have to tell us what to disseminate. We can hire them to do that by the hour. It'll be a lot cheaper, and they'll be more willing to work. And then we handle the dissemination. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, so take a straw poll on this one right here, this health provider language. Does the person that comes in from Health and Human Services, I'm talking about line H, one representative of the Department of Health and Services involved in financing or delivery of special education or related services to children with disabilities. Would that person have a line with health providers that might be able to make a recommendation or get the technical support for you?
From
Bonnie or Karen?
DHHS.
Well, I mean, that's not what their role is. If they might be a good contact if we needed to talk to someone from like Special Medical Services, for example, which would be a state agency person, medical person who could come in. They might be able to facilitate that, but it's not really, they're not a provider.
Rebecca?
The representative for DHHS that fulfills that role works with the residential facilities that we approve as private
Okay,
providers of
different
special
game.
programs. Yep.
Yep, thank you. Okay, so straw vote, do we need to have a health provider on the committee? Put your hands up if you say, no, we don't need one.
Negative vote.
Other words, it's putting language in to strike out the need for one health provider as a member of the committee. Not that you wouldn't have somebody there that's invited, but as a member, put your hand up if you're against that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To not have a voting member right here that you've got, the line that's to delete line T in the initial bill.
So, you raise our hand, we're voting to delete healthcare. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. So raise your hand if you want, if that's how you see it.
Want to delete.
To delete. Yeah, I can go either way too. However, I think we can do it through a different way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there is a majority here saying that, but it's not gonna, we'll have to wait and see. So that question's still up in the air. Alrighty, so is there anything else we need to do at this point in time? What we need to do is we need to get a committee amendment put together here. And we've addressed several items here, and we need to have one more meeting here, and we'll bring some draft amendment language in. And then when we have everybody here, this will be before the November meeting, so we're gonna have to have one more on this bill. So, yes.
Can we do a straw poll on not deleting the Parent Information Center and
Oh, yeah, that would be, I and J, yeah, it's not on my sheet here, I and J, to leave I and J as part of. Okay, opposed? I think we're going to leave it. Now, that's the way, so there are several things we've been able to straw vote, figure out, get some common ground. We're getting there. So we're getting there. And that's what we want to do. So we will come back with some draft language. Is there anybody would like to help craft this draft? Linda, I know you've got your hand up. And Representative Balboni, you want to help too? So why don't you guys try to put something together here with the draft that we discussed. And straw vote says yes. And then we'll capture the other stuff. The what?
The corrections officer. Oh, because that's, corrections officers.
Yeah, let's have a straw vote on that, whether we keep both corrections folks in. So leave it as it is now in law. How many would support leaving it as it is in law right now? The corrections.
the corrections officer?
So you got
county
the
as well
state
as-
and the local county. Keeping the different levels. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we'll keep that in. We'll keep that in. Because we're right at that point where we can, muster it. We won't kill the bill. Thank you. So with that, we're going to take a short break and then we're going to hop into, I know there's been some people in here wanting to deal with dissolution of Charter School Building 8. Yeah, that's where we'll go next. Take about 5 minutes, shake it out a little bit. So we'll set up a time here in several weeks. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and get into 354. As everybody might recall, 354 is relative to charter public school eligibility for state school building aid. And so with that, we start looking at 188.15 in statute and try to meld in the charter school building aid program into that legislation. I'll remind folks that we did some passage of the school building aid process last year. Amy, what was the title of the number of the bill? Can you recall that we just passed the application process? 452, it was 452, which changed statute around significantly. And with that, it's now impacting bills that we have retained. And there's other bills out there now looking at the whole formula, and I've mentioned it before, and that one will be coming in through the Senate. So I have put together an amendment here based upon those changes which we had made by 452, and with the attorneys looking at and trying to craft around that, trying to meld it into current language, into what is law right now. And it was shared yesterday with the Charter School Dissolution Committee. That's a committee that looks at, okay, what happens when a charter school goes out of business, whether it be voluntarily or involuntarily. It goes out. What happens, for example, with the liabilities? What happens with the building if it's owned? What happens to student records? Where are they sent? Who handles those student records? Is it the resident district or is it the Department of Education? And we've had that issue come to us several times, and it's a real concern. So what this amendment does, and I will show you, just read through some of the changes here, and there's already a few areas where it has to be tweaked. But going down on the first page there, does everybody have a copy? Amy, do you have one? Were there any extras that came by there? And there's lots of, right here, we have extras too for those that are out there. Representative Moody, and here's a couple to take back for others who may be here. Okay, in charter school law, in 198.15, what this does is, as the original bill did, it says the local school districts and charter public schools. And charter public schools has been placed in all those locations within the law where we're speaking to building aid going out for public schools or public academies. On line 21, there's language there which speaks to, and this is not about a leased facility. Lease is handled differently. So we're just dealing with those buildings for construction and renovation that are owned. Any charter public school to be improved or constructed using school building aid shall be owned by the charter public school and shall be subject to a plan for disposition of the charter public school's assets pursuant to RSA 194B:3, Roman 2Z, as approved by the State Board of Education. Going on down, 25, line 25, a charter public school that has elected to participate in a school building aid grant program through grade 12 for at least 20 years. A school in that district or a charter public school that discontinues the use of those facilities within 20 years shall be required to repay the state 100% of the state grant received. That is law right now for all public schools and public academies. They have to repay. Now, there is an exception, the next sentence. Upon a showing of good cause by a school district or charter public school, the commissioner of the Department of Education may waive this penalty in whole or part on a case-by-case basis. Money, and it burns down. That's an exception. You may not have to repay it because you have nothing left, And there's going to be a need to find out, get some emergency money or placing the students in a facility that's going to be functional. There's areas in law where the commissioner needs that calculated based on the criteria set forth in RSA 198.15U through 198.15W. So you got to go back and look at the statutes to make sure everything's built that way. State board shall approve. Okay, going down. The amount of the grant to any charter public school established in accordance with this RSA shall be 30% of the eligible cost of construction. For charter public school construction projects, the amount of the annual grant to any charter public school shall be a sum equal to 5% of the eligible grant amount each year for 20 years upon approval of the application for school building aid grants by the State Board of Education. That came out of the bill as proposed. Not more than 10% of the eligible grant shall be dispersed until the completion of the construction and verification of the final costs of construction have been made by the Department of Education. Going on, I'm just pointing out where the changes occur. You can find places where we've inserted, like on page 4, again, Charter Public School Board of Trustees into current law. And on page 5, the same as it's just adding in charter public school under some of that criteria that's looked at. And then on the last page, there are some significant changes starting in line 16. The Dissolution Committee on Charter Schools had some concerns about the state maybe having liability for a school that closes that may be related not to maybe school building aid, but other areas, but also for school building aid. This particular bill says the liability is for that school only. It goes on and says, and we also remember had the surety bond in place. Provisions for dissolution of charter public schools, line 17. Public school, including disposition of assets or amendment of its program plan. That's in law. In the event of a voluntary or involuntary charter public school dissolution, and if the assets of the school are insufficient to pay all parties to whom the school owes compensation, the state shall not be held liable. So the state will not be held liable for other assets which that particular institution may have incurred. And the new paragraph in the bottom addressed an issue also the Dissolution Charter School Committee made a recommendation on. One, in the event of a voluntary or involuntary dissolution of a charter public school, the remaining student records maintained by the charter public school shall be forwarded to Department of Education if all records maintained by the charter public school have not been forwarded to the school district of residence. And there has been since an amendment brought forward by Representative Cordelli, who's also on that committee. We met yesterday. There is concern about, and I'll just read what he has because I just have what he sent me right here. He says, we have tried this 4-year, okay, it'd be, the data shall not be disclosed by the testing entity to any other person, organization, entity, or government, or any component thereof, other than the parent or guardian, the department, school, or school district. It shall not be used by the testing entity for any other purpose, except as provided in RSA 193C:12. So it's trying to make sure that the records which are sent from the charter public school don't go anywhere else other than to the resident district or DOE. So those are the changes that have been suggested through another committee. So here we are, and legislation was put forth to try and deal with some of this. However, it was told to us, we have a bill already in committee dealing with much of this. Use that bill as the bill to amend, and that's what we're having to do. So that's why it's in this bill right here, 354. Open it up to discussion. Yes, Representative Lekes.
Okay, I have questions about two areas. One of them is the surety bond, and I will be honest, I don't know enough about, I understand the purpose of surety bonds, but how much they actually are, And if they had a surety bond, if they could come up with a surety bond, could they not come up with the money to pay for the building? I'm not sure if I would like explanation about how that works and where that money comes from. And does somebody just voluntarily put it up to be gotten back, hopefully? Or, you know, where are they getting this money for this surety bond if they don't have money to pay for building the school? That's my question, I guess.
I'll give you an example. What we had to do up in my community, we have highway block money. It comes from the state. It's for roads and bridges. And the money that goes to the Woodsville Fire District, which has their own highway department, has to pass through the town, from the state to town to the district, because they have by statute, their own highway department for the roads in that fire district. The amount of the grant is somewhere between $250,000, something such that. It's not a heck of a lot of money, but in terms of highways. But the town said to the fire district, you're going to have to put up a bond to ensure that you're using this money for the stated purpose. And the bond is a minimal cost. You're talking very little dollars for it, but it's kind of crazy you have to do something like that because it's going from one government agency through one to another government agency. But the law said that they had to do that. So it's Amy, do you have anything else that you might be able to add to surety bonds? It's not for the whole amount that you're getting. If you're receiving, for example, on something like this, and a charter public school is, maybe receiving upwards towards maximum, maybe $200,000 a year, if it's spread over a bunch of years. Their building needs are not going to be as big as the $70 million project the state's going to have to cough up for Concord.
It says it will be there and it'll be used for repayment in compliance with paragraph 3. And so my question, if it's going to be used for repayment, how can it be really small? But if it's going to be large enough to be used for repayment, then how are they going to be able to afford it?
Yeah, and I think we ought to have somebody come in that has that expertise to explain that to us. And the amount of the bond is not designated in this. This is just one of the avenues which is going down. Some states have this written in. One where we took this from was North Carolina. But they had several options available. And there were other options, but the committee that Senator Lang has said, no, I prefer that we just have a bonding. And Sally Fellows was on it as well. And so this is an area that I'm not going to try to explain it. We'll have to get people in. I'm just giving you an idea. This is what may come at us, and we may have to end up. This is really draft, right? You're seeing right there. Needs a lot of work.
Thank you. And then my second question is over here. 22, line 22 on page 2, that they'll receive 5% of the eligible grant each year for 20 years. And there was discussion of doing that for the public schools, and we had decided not to do that because it ends up making the public school pay a lot more in interest, et cetera. So I'm wondering why we're doing it for the charter schools.
Can you come on up for a second, please? You're the prime sponsor of this bill, and within the bill, you had the 5%. Do you want Amy up there with you, or?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative Maureen Mooney from the town of Merrimack. Yes, the prime sponsor of House Bill 354 and the prime sponsor of the amendment that was an exact duplicate of this language that made it into and passed the House in House Bill 2. So this has wings. That section that you referred to, I'm going to ask Amy Clark because I consulted with her on my drafting of this bill on that very section. So Amy Clark from the DOE.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So originally, when this bill first came, it had the 80% upfront, just like the public schools did. And there was a big concern among the committee about dissolution. What if it goes belly up? And that's what I call it, belly up. And so the compromise was to say, well, we won't give 80% upfront because that's a lot of money. And if the school can pay that over 5% each year over 20 years, like the old public school infrastructure, like the old school building aid formula, then that would be a good compromise. Still being eligible for building aid, yet you're giving 5% each year. It also, for me, feels like, I know that there is concern for dissolution processes, and that probably is a very valid concern, but having that language there really protects the state's investment because they're only giving a 1/20th of that every year for 20 years. And it seemed to address that problem. So that's what we added in there.
Thank you.
And I know that the reason why we put less depreciation, as Representative Fellows is also saying, hey, you know, you depreciate this facility over, what, Gatsby, what? It's the federal stuff that over a number of years, the value of that dollar is, or the building is gone down, of course. So are you going to be having to pay back the 5% what you put in over these years, or is it going to be a depreciated amount of what that value of that, the money received previously is now worth in regard to the facility? You know what I'm trying to say?
I'm not sure, but let me just say it's 5% of the award. So
Yes.
the charter school is going to qualify for 30% of the building aid award. It's going to be determined that is, you know, $20 million, whatever that turns out to be, and then the state will pay $1 million for 20 years. So it won't have anything to do with the depreciation of the building. But I don't know if that.
Do you think
answers your
it's
question.
necessary that there be a surety bond or some kind of a?
Unfortunately, I don't know anything about surety bonds. I've heard of them. I guess what my limited, you can confirm this information. I think you should. But I think that when you take out a bond, it's just a certain percentage, like 1 or 3% of the project that gives that. But again, I'm sure if somebody's listening there, they might be shaking their head. So I guess that's all I'll say.
Val, do you know anything about that? You were at the meeting. Okay. All right. Yeah, Representative Lakis?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on the 5%, and it's 5% of the 30%. And my question is, are they really gaining much considering, have you figured out the extra interest that will have to be paid if you're only paying at that amount, and what interest rate they're paying on their loan? And by doing it by 5%, are you really losing a bunch of that money? I mean, have you figured out what the money's actually come to by the time you look at how much more interest they have to pay by only doing that versus the amount they're actually getting?
I haven't run any calculations. It probably would depend the amount, the rates, but we certainly could run a simple calculation. But, you know, interest on a $20 million is a lot of money, right, over the course of the life of a bond.
Well, that's why I'm
sure
wondering.
it's a significant amount of money. It is the old, you know, creates the tail. Like, that is how we used to fund school construction projects, is that the state would pay 30% of the principal on the bond. They've never covered interest costs. It's always picked up by the local
Right,
municipality.
but what I'm wondering is if you drop it down to the 5% of the 30%, if all you're doing, if that all gets eaten up in the extra interest that they end up paying, and you might as well not give them anything.
Oh, it would not, I can run a calculation. It's not a
Please
good
do
portion of that amount. No, it's not. Like, if you're getting $20 million from the state, certainly, for easier numbers, let's say, I know this numbers don't fully match, but 30%, let's assume it was 33% because it's just easier. If they had a $60 million project and their award was $20 million, they're going to pay interest over that bond for $60 million all the way through the 20-year period. That is going to account for a substantial amount of interest, but it's not going to be 30% of that.
5% of 30%.
No, it's 5%. So it's we make 20 payments, so it's only 5% because it's 5 times 20 is 100%. So we're giving them 100% of the award, right? So their award is calculated at 30%. 100% of their award will be $20 million. At the end of 20 years, they're going to get that full $20 million. It's just that we're going to fraction it out. We're going to pay 1/20th the first year, 1/20th the second year, 1/20th the third year, all the way to 20 years until they have all of their money.
I got that, but they're going to be paying a lot more interest because they now had to take out a much bigger loan than they would have had to take out if you paid it up front like we do with the public schools.
Absolutely. They will definitely
And
have to pay
that's
more.
why I'm
interest.
wondering
Yes.
how much they're losing
Right.
by doing it this way. That's my question.
Right, yes. Definitely more interest for sure. There's no doubt taking that out and not getting your full amount. You're going to be paying whatever your interest rate is on your bond, you're going to be paying that, paying it down. So it is much more beneficial to get 80% upfront. But it wouldn't deter a school. We can run those numbers, but just want to be clear, that interest is not the full amount of the award. It's not even close, but we'll get those numbers.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's exactly why we went to 80% to take the interest off the communities. But what it did do, it restricts the number of grants, which, because you're paying it all out front of that $50 million you appropriated that year, which we only had half that amount because of debt. You could only award it to so many schools. And there is a lot of discussion. I've heard it from folks sitting to my right here that if we only paid out 40% or something initially, we might have enough to do the next school down on the list.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I also remember we ran the numbers and said it didn't make sense to do that.
It's going to have to make sense to do something here because we have 17 schools, remember, that put in for applications here that were on your list. We approved 3, of which 1 was not approved by the community. And the others that are not being receiving money have had to put all this outlay out for their engineering design, their plans, etc. And there's no predictability of when they might get an application approved. They may never see the gain from that money.
Isn't that why we're going to pay everybody a certain amount per year and
Well,
let them
that's
deal with
that's
it?
the thought of one of the bills coming forward, but believe me, that is a very complex type issue that is going to require a lot of discussion. And with 109 bills coming here, I don't know how we're ever going to have the time to do it. You know, are they going to have, we're going to use this, is Amy still going to have to approve for life safety, health, and all the criteria we have for the design of a building? Or is that going to be up to the locals to do what they do with that money? When can they access this money? Who holds the money, the state or the local? Who gets the interest on that money being held? The treasury or the local?
Can I also just put, because you mentioned a different process, I just want people to remember that this House Bill 452 just passed in July. So when people talk about problems with building aid, this bill that passed drastically improves the process. And I'm excited about the process because it got rid of a lot of difficulties with that process. There's still a funding issue, so don't get me wrong, but the bill that you've amended here seems to work. If that does change to 80%.
It was amended with the changes from 452.
Correct, yes.
That's why it took I just got this handed to me this morning. Jeff over there said this is a devil of a time doing this because, you know, a lot of the new changes have just been posted on their online for them to access to make these changes. It was just posted this last week.
Right.
Yeah. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm referring to page 5, lines 35 to 37. And I just, if somebody could give me some sort of information on how this would really work. It says projects that do not receive approval from the state's district legislative body or the charter school, public school trustees may resubmit those projects. I'm trying to figure out how this might work. If a local school board does not approve an application to be sent forward, it appears to me that somehow that application, even though the school board didn't approve it, can be resubmitted. I'm not sure who would resubmit the application in that case.
Amy, can you explain what happened with Colebrook?
Well, just in general terms, because that wasn't the school board, that was the voters. But in general terms, I think that when you apply for building aid, you submit a part of your application that says the school board wants the district to submit that. They approve, they're on board with the school district, and everybody's on board. And so if that works out, they might get funding. If they don't, then the following year, they are still going to be on that list. And so we just want to make sure that the school board is still in favor of keeping the project on the list. And if they don't, the school board does not agree, then they get booted off the list. But that doesn't prevent them from ever reapplying again.
Okay.
So is Colebrook back on they rejected it. The town rejected.
That was not the school board that rejected it, it was
it's the town.
the town, correct.
So, and we're looking at applications being submitted annually now, not
Correct.
biannually. So in the next biennium, Colebrook could come back.
Correct. Colebrook has applied for building aid. Their school board supported their application for a set amount of dollars. They have to cite the amount of that the project is in their minutes. They have not told us they're not interested in the project, so they'll remain on the list until they don't. Unless, right, so I guess that will be the short answer to that.
How long do they remain on the list?
So they'll remain on the list. They'll remain on the list until we have money to give them. And then their voters approve if the state has funds to give a school district money, let me back up. If the state doesn't offer the school district money, they'll stay on the list until we can offer them money. As long as their school board says that they're still okay with it, they'll continue to stay on the list because the state has never offered them an award. Once the state has offered them an award, our draft regulations anyway, that are still going with this new process, will allow them to hold on to that award three voting cycles before their voters would have to reject it 3 times, and then they would get booted off the list and have to reapply.
That I didn't know that part.
And it does seem like that somewhat makes sense because there's usually something significantly wrong with the project that needs to maybe reworked with the community for them to understand. So you do get off the list if your voters are not supportive of your project. You also get off the list if your project substantially changes. So unfortunately, your voters could say no, and then you have to go back to the drawing board and come up with a different project. Then that also, if it's not substantially the same, also falls off the list.
Follow up. Let me get this clear then. If they're on the list, they don't withdraw from the list, and they're going to stay on the list until or they get state money. That's basically what you're saying, or through a cycle anyway.
Correct.
So
As
there'd
long
be
as
no
the
need
school
for
board-
the school board to resubmit an application because they're already approved and on the list, or approved to be on the list. right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. We'll have some process to submit a way to update the costs in that application, because you could be sitting on that list for a while. And every year we'll ask for the school board to send a letter that they still want to be on the list. But the application itself just remains in-house.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you very much. Can you just clarify for me, if some school is kind of treading water and staying on the list, how does that affect disbursement to other schools? Like, could another school get on the list also? Is it like an accounts payable that we have to have out there that's always going to be perhaps taken up that year?
Can you say that again?
Yeah. If a rejected by the voters or school districts approval, project is still on the list every year until it comes up, does that affect the amount that's available to give to other schools the next go around?
So, yes and no. So, you're not, in this new, one big correction with this bill, which is excellent, is now when we offer an award, we have actually, that is from money that's already been appropriated.
Okay.
Therefore, schools are not waiting to see what the state does. So we hand them a letter saying that we have money for you. You can now go to your voters and ask to see if they want to approve the project. In that case, that money is tied up because we're waiting to see if the voters approve the project. So if the voters don't approve that project, that money is still tied up for up to 3 voting cycles.
With that particular project?
For that particular project. And if they then say no 3 times, so if the voters then say no 3 times, they'll get booted off that list, and that money has not been spent. We haven't actually given them the money yet. We won't do that until the voters pass the project and do some other things. A fair amount of other things. And then that money would get returned to, right now it gets returned to the state, which is another big reason for having a dedicated building aid non-lapsing fund, because the goal would be to take those monies and put them back in. And then you'd have more money to offer to those people on the list.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to, without visuals, we have a whole flow chart, and I realize for this new process specifically, so I'm happy to have that conversation if you ever would like it. I know that you guys are really busy, but.
So a question for the committee, just stay where you are because there are probably questions coming back. We at the last meeting, I heard folks saying that for a charter public school to receive money, they had to own the building. Is that where we are as a committee? For a charter school to get renovation or construction money in accordance with 198.15, they had to own the building. Because that's something right here that this puts in that was not in the original bill. I don't believe it was. Or
Yeah,
was it?
I
Or
will
was
say,
it?
just in general, building aid is only eligible to, if you own the facility. And then if it's not, then you have lease aid. So it's either one or
Yeah,
the other. So
one or the other.
if you're leasing building, you qualify for lease aid. I'm not sure that it would make sense to have lease buildings be using those state dollars. It's a separate appropriation if you want to add anything.
Just to add, that was in the original bill. It looks like you've preserved what would be on the first page of your amendment, line 21, exactly as I have it in my bill.
Okay,
You have to
fine.
own the building.
Good, good. So that's a good hurdle there. And then does the charter school who receives this, are they going to be accountable through Roman 3, which is on page 1 and goes on for repayment if they dissolve? Should they be held to the same standard that the other public schools are, where they have to pay back a amount which they have received? In this case, they'd be paying back what they received less depreciation.
I don't see why not. I mean, we've have that, the draft has that in there. I think the original draft had that in there. We're just treating the significant difference is that the payment schedule, everything else is the same. And then the only other things are when we're talking about district voters, it's different for charter schools as well.
Now, the other change here, of course, we tried to do it in conjunction with 452. The changes here. What was passed in HB2? I can't recollect, Representative, that what part of this is already law?
Just to sort of retrace that, my House Bill 354 verbatim was in the House version of House Bill 2. The Senate took it all out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the discussion was. I have a feeling it was related to the bill you referred to that was passed earlier this year. But all of the original language of your amendment naturally is still law.
Yeah.
But it looks like you've done a great job of brushing up the original House Bill 354.
Well, I didn't do it. The attorneys across the street did it.
Excellent job. I would just add too, if I could, you know, I've heard so many opinions on school building aid. It's incredible. Everybody has a different thought with regards to how this should be done. And I would just simply say, in the meantime, let's just include public charter schools in the application process until perfection is reached on the perfect way to handle school building aid. In other words, let's not let perfection be the enemy of the good here. And furthermore, your amendment not only incorporates the House adopted version of House Bill 354 that was in our version of House Bill 2, but it still corrects the massive glaring discrepancy in current law right now, where one section says charter schools do not get school building aid, and another section it says they get 30%. That glaring conflict cannot stay, and your amendment corrects that. I would ask the committee to adopt it.
Okay, further discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Just as a question, how many charter schools do own their own buildings now?
That's,
11 now? Okay, thank you.
can we can we get that updated then? You know, I can't count 11. You know, I've been trying to discern what is leased, what is not, what's not going forward. Are these 11 that have been in business for at least 1 year? And because we're basing aid on the average daily membership, right? Not residents, because the building aid is for residents for a public school. But this is ADMA.
Just to clarify, that's only true in the how you calculate their building aid rate. Charter schools don't do that. They just qualify for 30%. The only time average daily membership comes in residence comes in place is the calculation of the public school district's building aid rate.
Yeah, see, there was an amendment put forth in Division 2 last year, which they used ADMA rather than ADMR. But that was for that other program. I'm afraid that's haunting us, and it's going to come back. So this is based just upon what? Because
So your building aid rate is based on median family income in equalized valuation per pupil. That per pupil is where the ADMR comes from. So that's why it's important, but that's only important when you are calculating a building aid rate. For charter schools, you can't calculate that. So it's 30%. At least that's
30% of attendance, or it's based on attendance.
30% of the eligible project costs. So it's just that you have a project and we determine what is eligible expenses that meet the regulations, and the project qualifies for 30% all the way up to 60%. School districts, we calculate that rate 30 to 60%. For charter schools, we don't calculate that rate. We just say 30%. And it's 30% of the eligible project costs, or 40% of the eligible project costs, all the way up to 60% of the eligible project costs.
Do you, when you're looking at the criteria for any school for approval, there are certain minimum standards which you have in rules? Square footage, etc.?
Correct.
Is that applicable to the charter school?
It is. I can't think of anything that wouldn't. Ours are all life, health, safety related issues. They're all things that charter schools are having to meet anyway. We require our buildings to be ADA compliant. Public charter schools have to be ADA
So then
compliant.
that criteria then, that engineering criteria that you use, at all related to number of students in a classroom or the number of students the school has?
Correct. It's all related to enrollment or enrollment projections.
Okay, so we're nearing that point where aid may be based upon attendance. And do we have to, before you get renovation or construction, do you have to be in business for at least 1 year?
We don't have that requirement that you have to be in
Okay.
business 1 year. And I don't see that in the amendment. So
But your formula for public schools, you take the 5-year average.
to determine the building aid rate.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for either Tal or Amy? Yes, Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're going to quit at 12:30 on this one and take lunch.
I'm kind of hung up in those kinds of situations in which maybe it's an issue of ownership, literally, or whether it's something like a charter school wants to lease a building from the school system, which it does not need at present, but the school system doesn't want to give up ownership of the building in case the charter school doesn't continue and wants it back. How then do we wind up with something in this kind of a process whereby you basically are renovating a school in order to lease it to a charter school, which the community wants? Everybody's in agreement with the goal. Then how you use this mechanism to achieve the renovation of the building, which, should the charter school fail, will by contract revert to the school?
That's a very good question. Probably something we should think a little bit more about, but it's the public school district that would have to apply for that building aid because they are the owners
To
of the
the
building.
district, because they're on paper as the owner.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting though with that question is that does the charter school become eligible for lease aid because they're leasing from the public school district that received building aid? So it's a very valid question. Maybe that is something we'll have to take a look at. Like, is the state paying lease aid on a space that was paid for by building aid? Is that kind of double dipping? I don't know. That's a very good question though. But I do know in order to get building aid to renovate that building, it would have to be the public school district that files that application.
That seems like a local issue between the local school board and the charter school that's leasing. We have here in the last page that the state, we were concerned about the state not being liable for any of these other assets which the charter school may have encumbered during the time that they've been in business. And this specifically says, no, the state won't be held liable. Now, the local school district who made that lease, they'd have to have that in their lease agreement, wouldn't they? So that's not really something when we're talking about school building aid, which we should be concerned about here.
I'm not sure. I'd have to think a little bit. I'd have to think that through a little bit more. Well, first of all, we've been on a moratorium for 10 years. So have only a handful of cases that we've funded for school projects. And that hasn't come up yet. And it's a very good question for us to think a little bit more about.
The only area I know is like Winnisquam, where they have that empty building that's now Charter Compass. That used to be a public school.
So in that example, that's maybe a good example to talk about. So that was Union Sanborn. Is that correct? That's the school that you're talking about. So Union Sanborn applied for building aid. Had they received it, they were actually, I think, ranked 1 on the list, if I recall. Their voters did not approve that project, so we never gave state aid for it. But had we given state aid for it, and then later that school consolidated with the other school that those kids now go to, and sold the building to the charter school, or even if they didn't, that would be a penalty for repayment, and we would have asked for all of those funds back.
Winnisquam would have had to pay that back.
Correct, they would have.
Yeah. Any other questions for DOE? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. Could you just comment in regards to if this were to pass, would the criteria for charter schools applying for building aid be the same criteria as the public schools currently have? And then I have a follow-up.
Oh, absolutely. There's really no difference. The only difference in my head that's going to be somewhat significantly different is this payment, the way we pay them. And that is going to do is continue to create a tail. It will be a baby tail, but it will be a tail. And so that may make charter schools more likely to receive building aid, even though it sounds like a penalty because you're paying for interest. But because when we get building aid in we get an appropriation every year. So if that appropriation happens to be, I'm sorry, I always have to use numbers, but if that happens to be $30 million that we get appropriated that year, and we have a $29 million of projects that we offer to, there might be a sliver left that is not attractive to anybody else, but might be very attractive to a public charter school. We might only have $400,000 left. Most people are going to balk at that because they're looking for full 80%, and they may pass and stay on the list because they're going to wait another year and hopefully get offered a full award. And it might tell the charter, and that little amount will trickle down. And it's actually really beneficial, not just to charter schools, but also to smaller projects. We're now seeing, we were a little worried about smaller projects not being funded with this system, but now it's kind of nice to see because that little chunk that schools are passing up on will mean something to the smaller projects on the bottom. I don't know if that fully answers your question, but for me, that's the only pretty big difference that charter schools will play in this, in our process. And it's because of that payment schedule.
The way this has been written is that they're accountable for everything that a regular public school is accountable for, and we've meshed it in with our current law. It's the payment and all that that's different.
And then the other difference is the voter, the charter schools aren't waiting for voters to pass their project. So that will be, when I said you hang on to that award for up to 3 voting cycles, my expectation is that charter school will be able to start construction that very next year. I'm assuming that they'll have support from their board of trustees.
Yes.
So I appreciate what you just explained, and I think I understand it. Is it correct, though, practically speaking, since we have no history of appropriating anywhere near the amount of money that is requested for building projects, that essentially this legislation would create a yet more competitive environment for building aid, in that charter schools applying for aid would be competing with the public school projects that we already fund only a token portion of?
What did you say, 11? 11 schools? I suppose of all those 11 schools, yeah, it creates more. There's more people that are eligible. So certainly one charter school added to the list is going to be one more school that's in front of some other school. It just, when you think of percentages wise, it's probably not really that significant that not all 11 schools are going to come forward at once. It's also, when we talk about that pot of money, if we're only paying them that we're putting them on that tail appropriation, they're also taking less of that larger appropriation. So, but yes, that's a fair, any competition, they're all competing against each other.
And the amount of money available for building aid is going to grow because our tail is going down significant, kind of rapidly here in another four years. It drops significantly. Other than those couple payments are going to string it out, what, 2041?
Correct.
Okay, it's 12:30 and we need to take a break here, at least discuss where we're going. Is there any more that anybody wants from the department right now, or Representative Mooney? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Or Tal. And Tal, if you could get back those 11 schools that you have for us, we appreciate that.
Would it also be of any value to figure out with the 11 schools the values on their building, or if they're looking at potentially applying for building aid in the near future?
Oh, yes, definitely. The values of schools, whether they're intending to do it. I also like to have their enrollment numbers.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, great, thank you. So committee, do you want to come back in another half hour and try to get to another couple bills? Okay, good, because we need to. I know that we have one member that has to get out of here to go back to work, for she loves to be working.
She gets paid in that job.
She gets paid. She has paid for half. No, that's the different parking ticket. Okay, thank you very much. So let's come back at 1 o'clock and start this up. You know, that would be just a cleanup.
My guess, and I'm trying to look it up now, is that it wasn't needed there because it's in 193 Roman numeral 6.
I don't have an answer on this thing right here now. Maybe what we ought to do is hold off on this one and find out from Cordelli what that all was about. Was this something put forth by DOE? I don't know. Gauge is good. That's, yeah, that's gotta be changed to inclusive. But the last part where they're wiping out that section, I don't know. Oh, it's been changed, yeah.
I know, and I can never find why it used to be so easy. And now.
So the language in 193 is much more detailed.
I think if there's a simple reason why that's deleted and the DOE or Glenn has a good answer, then we can move forward on it. But I don't think we can do anything right now. So we ought to jump over this, postpone it till when we meet next time, go on to another bill. Let's go on to 627 or 155. HB 155, I thought we had another bill. That's the surety bond.
Yeah.
Surety indemnification.
It is.
There were two bills that were similar. You know, offhand, I can tell you why I have a hard time with this bill right now. Because we're messing around with the governance of higher education and the Higher Education Commission, which is that commission which approves new institutions coming in, and it's deleting from that one member to be appointed by the governor and council as a representative from a for-profit college or university, not a member of the New Hampshire College and University Council. That's eliminating Dartmouth. That's eliminating numerous colleges in our state.
It's increasing from 2 to 8, the number of people from post-secondary career schools.
No, what, it's not going to 8, that's number 8. They cross out the above.
Right. That's good.
They have a totally different system and know how things work and how to make it work, because they have to, because they're for profit, and they might be a good idea to talk to these universities, state ones that are underwater. Not necessarily making the best business.
How many? Yeah, let's take a straw vote on this. How many people just say we need to ITL the bill? Well, there's other things they want to change this criteria. The commission shall regulate this and establish that. That's already a lot of that's already in law. Apply for, accept, and expend state, federal, and other grants. They're eliminating that part. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can tell you right now, the governance of all higher education's under the gun right now. We're looking at that, trying to rewrite the whole thing. And that would include the Higher Education Commission, which is made up of your college presidents and other people that are coming out of higher ed. I don't think we should be messing with that right at this time. It's almost like a shotgun type deal by doing it that way. So I feel uncomfortable taking action on this. Right now, we're looking at governance, the chancellors. We have an interim chancellor that's also chancellor of the university systems, also at the same time, president of UNH. So does that mean, according to this, that the president of UNH, with the others, two presidents from institutions, see the president of the University of New Hampshire on Roman 2A1, the chancellor under 3, does he get 2 votes? It needs a lot more work than this bill does. And we shouldn't be touching it until we have what's going to come out from what the trustees are doing right now and the governor's doing. And there's a bill that's been put in to try to push something to happen, and I got that in. We'll probably pull that once we get the emergency order put through. So I would say at this time, this bill is delving into something that the timing is not right.
Well, not that we know a lot about maturity and identification, but that may be a part that we need to keep.
I don't see that we talk about that. It still feels to me like it's two completely different considerations, and what Chair Ladd just referred to, the first half of the bill makes sense to me for acting on, but on page 3 of the original bill, Roman number 2, that's a whole, going forward, that's a whole different consideration. And I thought that the concern was that if the year school closed, the students enrolled would be out their investment and not protected, and that this was an attempt to somewhat address that.
It actually lowers the amount.
Right. So it's less protected.
It's 10% of what the annual gross tuition for current academic year versus sufficient to reimburse the tuition of any student.
It's kind of standardizing it at 10%, rather than all over the place.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
I was just trying to get a hold of Steve Appleby, because he could give us an answer in this.
Question are we asking?
The latter part of the bill. Steve's going to call me right back.
Now, they gave us, there was a letter that went with it. It said on page 3, line 3 to 7, you'll see language changes on the bond amount requirements. The thinking being that the current bond requirement is potentially daunting and overwhelming, which potentially could be unnecessarily fatal to an institution obligated to secure a bond sufficient to reimburse the tuition for any service contract, which could also be read as every service contract. The new proposed language is more realistic and more manageable.
Steve or Steve Appleby?
Steve, can you hear me?
Yes, Rick, how are you?
Good. Steve, we're looking at, you're on speaker here and we're just, some people here on the committee and myself, we're looking at HB 155. That's a bill that's relative to the Division of Educator Support and Higher Education and relative to surety indemnification for private post-secondary career schools. You wrote in an email to us in response to myself and Dave Luno, I am emailing to follow up on Dave's request for information regarding the higher education past history regarding applying for, etc. grants on page 2, line 8 of the bill. We have checked back to 2016 and found no instances of commission conducting any of these activities. To go further, we'll take a number of hours off staff time. I would make one other suggestion. Line 8 could be unstruck, but page 2, line E, the commission shall could be amended to read, the commission may. I hope this information is helpful. Please let me know how I can assist further. We're calling for assistance.
Okay.
Should this bill go forward?
I think so. I know that there were concerns around the surety indemnification portion for licensed career schools, and certainly that could be struck and brought back at another time. But I think that the makeup of the Higher Ed Commission should be adjusted. It hasn't been changed in many, many years. And for example, we no longer have any for-profit private colleges in our state, yet there's an open seat that has been now for 7 years on the commission because it's still in statute. So I think that portion should move forward if possible. And I completely understand concerns around the career school portion. And if that is, I think, less important than adjusting the commission membership.
So what's the definition of a for-profit college or university? It's not something like Dartmouth or some of our other privates in the state?
No, so we only currently have nonprofit colleges in our state. The last for-profit college that existed was Daniel Webster College, which was by ITT.
Okay. You have a question? Are there any other questions possibly for Steve?
The security part was what we were interested in.
Where the commission says the commission shall, and they're leaving off one item out of that, and you suggested putting it to may. Item number 4, where it says the commission shall apply for, accept, and expend state, federal, or other grants. Why would that be scratched out in this bill?
So our concern would be, legal's concern when I talked to our attorney about it was, it says shall apply for grants. Which grants are we talking about? There are hundreds of higher ed grants potentially that we would be forced to apply for that we've never applied for in the past. We don't have the staff to complete those applications. So as not to preclude us from possibly applying to one, that was my suggestion, the word may.
Does the
but by saying shall, it reads like we need to go out and apply for every higher ed grant that comes along.
Okay, but does the commission apply for these grants, or is it the individual institution that applies for grants?
Institutions apply for grants. I was on the commission for 10 years before coming to the department. So from my recollection, and again, we would have to go to the archives to research this. That's why I only went back to 2016. But my recollection, I joined the commission in 2007, and I do not recall the commission ever applying for a grant from 2007 on.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the committee on this? Yeah.
In New Hampshire, and there's they're all career schools.
Okay, Representative Tanner says that in looking up for-profit schools, is it colleges or university or schools?
It just says schools, they're the career schools.
Okay, they're talking about these for-profit schools as being career schools.
Yes, there are already seats on the commission for licensed career schools. That is a separate category.
Okay.
Okay,
So if you look at the membership of the commission, right, we say private nonprofit college, private for-profit college, career school, you know, there are different categories of members.
mm-hmm,
And the career schools could be nonprofit or for-profit. We don't make that distinction currently in statute.
uh-huh. Okay, where it says that the membership on this commission includes the president of the University of New Hampshire, the chancellor of the University System of New Hampshire. What are we doing when it's one person?
Currently Kathy Provencher is filling the role, the chancellor position,
Interim chancellor.
interim chancellor, right? So, but again, that's where I think that in the proposed legislation, we added designee language for some of these, and that would help us in this situation.
We did it for the bill does it for the community college, but not for the university system or designee.
It should.
Okay,
I think for both of the chancellor positions, we also wanted to add word designee,
okay.
and just in case we get into this situation again.
Okay, so in looking at this bill, if we made those changes there that you just spoke of and went along with eliminating for-profit college or university and changed the commission shall to the commission may, if we passed that part of the bill and scratched everything doing with the surety indemnification, is that along with what you're trying to suggest?
Yes.
Okay. Any further comments from the committee on that? I think we look like we're good, Steve.
Okay. Sorry I can't be there. I'm at a New England Board of Higher Education annual meeting.
Well, have fun.
Okay.
See you later, Steve.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
bye-bye.
Gotta be there too.
Pardon me?
I have to be at
I
Navy
was
too.
supposed to be at one of the NEVI meetings also. Not going. So was Lang. He didn't go either. Nobody's going anymore. Who wants to go to Boston for a NEVI meeting? All righty, so straw vote, are we willing to take the part about 21 inclusive? Keep that in there? And then, no, that's a different bill.
It's a different bill.
Excuse me, that's, I got, yep. So on this bill, 155, making the change where it says the chancellor of the University System of New Hampshire or designee, that way Kathy Provencher, who used to be the state treasurer, who's now the interim chancellor, could be that person. And then eliminating line 15, 16 as it's struck out. And then at the top of page 2, the commission shall to may, taking that strike out from number 4, and then ending that on line, everything from 29 onwards, except for the effective date, which would have to change, well, would be the same. We go forward with that.
Wait.
Everything at the bottom of page 2 and all of page 3, except for the effective date.
Do we want to change at E, the shall to may, or do we want to leave shall for those other things and do may for expect, the grants one?
I mean, are there some things?
Because it seemed like he was, just saying may for line 4.
Yeah.
But he didn't, but not for the rest.
How about if I give this to Steve and have Steve clean it up, and I'll mention that fact? And then when we do the other ones, we'll have something in front of us.
Just go right through it.
Good? Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next bill.
627? 627.
627. Alicia, this looks like another SB 266 bill. It's the one where they're modifying 193C, E, H, and K. This one modifies H.
Well, I didn't choose what part should be modified. This may not be the best place to put this. That was one of the things we were going to determine is where it should go. I didn't pick the where. I was just trying to, we talked about there should be accountability, there should be accountability, there was no accountability. There was all kinds of arguments as to what the accountability should be. And where in the bill that was put forward by, I believe, Representative Luno, but I'm not sure, there was accountability in that, and he was very proud of that. And I thought, well, what if I just take that accountability that he put in his bill and see how that flies? And so I took this almost word for word straight out of that bill that was submitted year before last. And that was the point. But as I said, OLS picked where it went. I'm not sure that that's where it needs to go. And so the question is, are people interested in actually working on this or not?
We've been just working on, remember Nate came in and Caitlin dealing with this 193H. And we looked at, remember the graduation rates and what would have happened to those schools, drop the support they get from the federal plan. And we went with that shorter version because we just didn't have the time to do 266, everything in it. I think we're at the same point on this.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, and this may have nothing to do with H. That's just where they put it. It might best be put someplace else. But as I said, this was straight word for word from that other bill. And actually, there was a note that instead of being after H4, it should go after that somewhere rather than replacing H4, perhaps in 6. I don't know, but yeah, it'll take some work. So are people wanting to do it or not? Is there interest in even passing it or not? I put it in because we were trying to come up with accountability, and I figured if that was already in a bill that half of the committee supported, start there. Is there anything like this coming up in LS1?
I've seen
You
one
haven't
on
read
one.
all 109 of them?
Well, there's one coming up that's a 193E, but I don't think we should be messing around with inadequate education either at this point in time. I think that it's not going to gain us a thing. because we've just recently addressed that by modifying some of the required subject areas, like personal finance literacy. On H, where you talk about performance and assessment, I would think that the Legislative Oversight Committee may want to deal with that. Because that committee's tasked with 193C and H. And that's for oversight of how we have accountability. And they have statutory authority to do that. And that's another one of our committees. It's another way of handling it. I think you can see right on, if you have your green books on page 571, it says, in addition to the requirement of paragraph 1, schools shall meet performance-based indicators under this chapter and statewide performance targets, you mentioned targets, as approved by the Legislative Oversight Committee. And so probably the Legislative Oversight Committee, we could, could interim study it or just, make a recommendation that other committee look into this and come up with some recommendations. We're doing the same thing right now with the 266 stuff, this is one of the chapters which that bill was trying to address. And the compromise with DOE was, we'll put your 2 pages in there, but we're not going to do the 24 pages of 266. So maybe we got to be working a little bit with Nate on some of this as well, and with Caitlin, and with the Oversight Committee. Yeah.
This chapter deals with school improvement with targeted support.
Yeah.
And it seems like this is from ESS or A, that it was designed to work with targeted schools, whereas the bill that we're looking at is like micromanaging the oversight. So I don't think you can, I don't know as you can change a lot of this if it's in ESSA, in the ESSA.
Well, we talked about that. We couldn't change some things like the percentage numbers because of the funding.
Yeah.
I really do believe that this should go to legislative oversight, which is got that task for the Every Student Succeeds Act. For us to do something right now and doing this after we've already said on 266 we're not going to go with it. Now to go with it in another format, I think it might be contrary to what we said. Although it's a good thing, it needs to be done. We need to get on top of accountability. A 56% graduation rate, even if you add the ISET in and all this other stuff, is not adequate. So how do you assess? It's not necessarily through a statewide assessment either. There's other ways of doing that. But we have a law, it has to be an objective assessment. I think basically, if we ITL it, we make a recommendation that the purpose, the intent of this bill be directed directly to the Oversight Committee to delve into this subject area.
And that's something we can do?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Send it to them?
We
Well,
can start that right up.
I'm fine with sending it to them.
Okay. Is everybody pretty agreeable to that? Okay, let's do that. I don't see anybody objecting to it. So that takes us through everything we did today. When's a good date that's good for people to get together? It's getting hot in this room. Well, we have to, make some, we have some amendments we want to put together. We got to make a recommendation to the, supposedly the full committee. This is a committee of the whole, to the full committee. So we should come forth with a recommendation. So all these things which we've been addressing, we got to do that. The next committee of the whole, we could make some of those recommendations for the committee that we meet in November, probably the second week there of November. Yes.
I have an email
Yeah, yeah.
The problem was the amount of the surety bond that was being required. So I have a letter that the delegation draft at the time. The Carroll County delegation is aware of the planned opening of the Mountain View Culinary Academy. We are also aware of the importance of the tourism industry in our county and the serious need for qualified restaurant staff. It is our understanding they have been working with you and other Department of Education staff to secure their necessary license to open, but that an adequate surety bond is the sticking point. The problem seems to be the cost of the requested $100,000 is difficult for the academy. It is our hope that the amount of the required bond might be reduced to allow the academy to get their license and then apply for grants. Since statute RSA 188G3 only requires a bond in the amount of 10% of the gross tuition income, we ask that you re-examine the amount of the bond that will be required. Academy never did open, so I don't know what the actual sticking point was.
So my idea of a surety bond is that it's like an insurance that you buy. So if you're covering $100,000, you're not paying $100,000 to the insurance company. You're paying for an amount. So to say that they were stifled by $100,000, I don't know if that's what they would have had to put out. I doubt very much if that's what it had to be.
It would be much, much less to get the bond. There's other ways of doing it too, like a letter of credit.
Yeah.
Or you could have an account set up within a local bank.
Yeah.
If for $100,000, you could probably get a bond at much, much less.
Oh, yeah.
It's under $100.
Right.
Representative Dry?
Thank you. If we're going to talk about the surety things, I really, our practical experience in our family was I had a son at McIntosh College that was in the chef's, Cordon Bleu chef's class. He was the last class before it closed. He was able to graduate, but there was a very real possibility that he would lose the investment that he had made because McIntosh wasn't folded into the university system and actually had to close its doors. So the idea of refunding the tuition is important. I mean, that's important to students, and we have an example in New Hampshire in the recent past. So I'm thinking I'm glad we're cutting that out, but I think if we approach that in the future, we really have to compare the numbers that they were asking for compared to what's in there now.
Well, it's not eliminating the surety bond, it was modifying it. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, it went from covering the estimated tuition costs for that year to down to 10% of it.
Right, and I think it's important to keep it the way it is and not take that out.
Oh, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, the kids should get back what they put in.
That's what I was going to say. I think it would be strengthened if you specified that has the priority. Because what happens in that chaos is other people start grabbing at any money that's available. So you have to specify the priority compensation first will go to indemnification of the students. And you really have to spell it out. There'll be 100 hands grabbing for that money. And they'll all have lawyers.
That's why in the other bill, the dissolution of charters, it said that those other assets, no, we're not going to be liable for that. And the state wants its money paid back on that state allocation for that exact reason. And I think that's a good policy to have in place. So I would leave it the way it is and just cut it off where we cut it off. When's a good time to meet?
Yeah, that was the first thing. So we have this presentation next Thursday, the 12th at 10.
Yep.
And
That's correct. We got 3 bills at 1 o'clock. Yep, that's full. On the 12th, we got, yeah, the 3:06 in the morning. And depending upon what we're told, you know, we will handle the mental health bills. If they're scratching all that stuff out of 3:06, just on that day, yes. Because if we're going to do it right, we shouldn't have Fred in here for a half hour or an hour. We need to grill him.
Fred Raimondi on the 12th at 10, and then maybe we're indicating that there'll be a separate 306 meeting with a different presenter?
If it's necessary. If it's necessary. I don't know what Fred's going to present to us, but we got 2 hours to hear that. Then we'll have an hour break, and then we'll have the 3 bills to take up. And based upon what we hear in the morning, it will help us make a decision in the afternoon. If he's taking mental health out of 3:06, it means our afternoon work is going to be a little bit more challenging.
Is Christine coming on? Christine Downey?
No, that was going to be follow-up if, and depending upon where we go. Yeah, I talked to Mel about that on the horn the other night. We want to really that morning have Raimondi in. He takes that much time in some of those hearings.
To talk about the people who were involved in developing the 306 plans and what competencies are. It doesn't even talk about what's in the plan.
Yeah.
So just to know, Representative Tanner and I both heard Christine Donnelly present in Plainfield a couple weeks ago. She was very informative. I really think we would all get some perspective from her if we had the opportunity. I would happily engage with her again.
I doubt very seriously if we're going to have all the mental health stuff done that quickly. And that's the 12th, and we still have several weeks following in the month to wrap it up. That's when Christine would come in.
I wasn't necessarily saying
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the 12th.
Yeah.
Just saying it would be good for it to happen.
Yeah. So for us to meet again and try to get some recommendation, get these amendments made, you're going to have some time to throw an amendment together in the first bill we did today. Is there any time in that week of the 16th? I'm not. I got a university trustee meeting on the 19th and the 20th, and I'm speaking at Crapponi Center to the social studies teachers on the 20th. Anytime on the 18th?
We also got a notice to have a subcommittee meeting on the meeting on the 18th.
Yeah, that was just came out, right?
This morning.
What about the 16th? Nope. That's right. That's the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute. Are you going to be there from 8 to 4? I'm not. I'm going to be there, but 8 to 4. No, but it's about education and childcare. Okay.
Representative, are we able to be here late when there's subcommittee schedule? Like on the 18th, subcommittee schedule? I can't make that time, but can I come later?
What time's the subcommittee scheduled?
9:30.
Could come in the afternoon.
I mean, I probably get here by late morning, so I'm just curious whether I can come, because sometimes you can't come. Oh, no, okay.
I have on that day HB 623 and SB 218. Teacher loan forgiveness. I couldn't hear you over here.
I was gonna say, well, if I got here late for what's already scheduled, you could technically already be done by the time I get here. So I'm suggesting maybe add those other bills to that day.
You can't do the 18%.
But you
Yeah, I can
can't,
work it in. That meeting starts at, I don't know. Have to ask Ruth Ward. But I don't think it's really gonna be a long meeting at all. So I could even skip it. Come get something done here.
maybe the afternoon session, like at 12:30, 1 o'clock, depending on what other people think.
What time can you get here?
Hold on. 9, 10, 11, probably by 11:30. It takes me 2 hours.
What?
12:30?
Pardon me, 12:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
Well, how about everybody else?
If we get on it,
Well,
we
yeah.
have some things where we could just, you know,
Yeah.
So this is the 18th, we're talking about to follow up on bills from today.
yeah.
Starting at 12:30?
Because we have subcommittee in the morning. But not everybody's on there.
Well, we'd be done by then. Because we've done a lot of work today, so we just come in and wrap these things up, make recommendations.
And that will be all of them?
No, we have 20 retained bills.
How many have we done yet? None, right?
We haven't.
No, but we've had a show of hands.
Right.
But what I want to do is just put those down where we've had these show of hands and take all those at one time here, like on the 18th at 12:30, and just walk through them.
Once that we agreed on.
Yeah, we'll have minute rules, 1 minute to talk. 30 seconds, good. That's a subcommittee, right?
That we dealt with today. The one that committee, you know, that we have people here for, that show of hands, we were kind of split on that one. And I think it's more information. And having that parent come back, because she didn't end up speaking and she had a lot to say. Well,
But, yeah, you know, she's been here before, and she didn't put her hand up at all today.
She didn't know that was the kind of the work session she was in. And I didn't ask if she had something to say. And then we started doing show of hands and it was over.
Yeah.
And then I realized I hadn't said anything. This is like the first time we're hearing a bill. I
Yeah.
can't remember subcommittee means unless we're asking people from.
There, it's not another here, and this is the advisory council. This bill shouldn't be hanging us up.
Well, but that's a lot of information that we didn't get. As to why they're not parents, why they're having trouble having parents. Apparently, they go ahead and take votes even when they even when the parents are in the minority, although they're supposed to be in the majority, they take votes and the parents vote one way and all the official people vote the other way and vote down parents, but they don't have a forum of parents that should be taking votes, and I guess they also make fun of and are nasty as parents, a number of parents. We heard testimony this morning from 2 state reps, 2 people that have been on the committees for about 20 years, someone from the Department of Education, and none of them seemed to have that opinion of why it's not working right. So
We've had this discussion in numerous bills. Remember the special education advocate through HHS, and there was a problem in hiring that advocate. The advocate has now been hired, I understand. That's where a lot of the issues that parents have can be directed in that direction now. I, for one, thought we were getting pretty close to getting this thing resolved.
Linda and Peggy would redraft
Yes, we did.
with the discussion that we had. So perhaps if that particular parent wants to communicate further, she could be encouraged to email you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So she is.
Oh, she did that already today? Okay.
I think that we agree on most of it. Whether we have school. And the parent sponsor. Yes. It's a three position right now. Step forward. That was part of the bill. And they said that part of the problem is there's an awful lot of legal stuff going on, all of that kind of stuff, and so having somebody who knows that aspect of it, not the health-specific treatments, but the interrelatedness and all of these issues that come up, having somebody in that business, just in that general business, to be able to say, well, these are the issues we have.
Apparently we are live and Glenn can't hear what anybody's saying.
Because we're not talking in the mics.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, let's go down through 147 one more time then. Here's what I think which we all agreed upon. We agreed that, before I say it, why don't we let the people who are going to write tell us what we agreed?
Agreed to one senator.
One senator, correct? Mike.
Yep, we agreed to one senator.
Yes.
Let me get, I got it here.
We agreed to 2 representatives, of which one would be from the Education Committee.
Right. Yep.
Use your mic.
The other piece of it was allowing parents to serve dual roles.
Yes.
We kept the.
And that was going to be information we got back from Rebecca.
Right.
For that.
Whether we could do that or not. It reduced it to one teacher. It added back Disabilities Rights Center and the Parents Information Center. We're down to one student. And the correction, we added the correction officers, right? Kept the correction,
Yes.
kept them both.
We have to do F because it said it was required by
And-
the IDEA.
Right. Yeah.
I have a question about that one, Margaret.
Okay, and stop with F, okay, for a second, Katie?
Because if you look at the, this from IDEA, which it says, under membership, it says state number 5, state and local education officials, including officials who carry out activities under Subtitle B of Title VII. I'm wondering if, if we're looking at 186, line E and F, if that's the same, like if it's redundant. So if one state education official and one local education official is the same as state and local education officials. In line 5 on the 3 the membership requirements under IEDEA.
Yes, their argument was that it says officials, and that's why we needed two and not just one. That was their argument.
So I had that we crossed out the one local education official who shall be an administrator appointed by the governor. I have that we crossed that out. Is that not right?
Yeah.
Keep it.
They wanted to keep that?
They wanted to keep it both because in what Representative Peternell just referenced, it says
Okay.
officials, and it also says state and local. It doesn't say
Right.
state or local.
And we didn't decide, we decided not to have a clerk.
I didn't get,
I don't think we had a really lot of discussion on it. A clerk is somebody that can be appointed
Well,
from a member that's there.
Katie was saying that what they wanted was a clerk from the Department of Education, which was estimated at $50,000.
oh, no,
Yeah, the bill.
no. What they're trying to decide is that was a possibility, but this would say the chair, you elect the chair and the clerk, just like you do around here. And that was what they said, yes, as long as we get a clerk.
Which is the way.
Which they could do right now.
Right,
Exactly. Well,
exactly.
You don't have to have a statute say we're gonna have a secretary or whatever.
Well, you know, it's been a
Peggy, do they have
difficulty,
a
and I
clerk?
think that they think this solves a problem.
They have a clerk.
Yeah.
I think it was just an attempt to solidify that the clerk was somebody nominated from that committee and elected. And that in the past, there had been an attempt to find a DOE employee to take the minutes, and that this would eliminate that occurrence in the future.
Apparently, when they reorganized last night, it was done by the committee, so I don't have that history. I can only go judge by going forward what's happening.
Well, really, doesn't make any difference whether it's in or out. You know, a committee can do it, or you can put it here, and they'll still do the same thing. It'd be elected by the majority of people on the council.
But if we do it here, then they won't have that discussion in the future of wanting somebody from outside, because they'll know it comes from them, right?
We're not trying to run the meeting for them.
I know, we're just trying to make it less.
It will eliminate, like Alicia's correct, them from requesting monies to have somebody to take the notes. Because it would be elected from a person on their council.
Are we still on G? Did we put back the two teachers?
I think that was another requirement.
Because that was required. Yeah, so you have to have two. So that has to go back in. They were trying to change that to one. That needs to be two.
And what about T? Did we keep the health provider in there? Yeah, but remember, I think a little bit more in the majority supported taking it out.
10.
Yeah, but it was pretty even.
Yeah.
I would like to discuss that before we vote on that again as to why to leave it in. They're saying they don't need it because they don't need to hear from them because they can call an expert, but that wasn't why they were put in there to begin with.
I'm wondering if the medical person should not be an advisory member of the committee. Therefore, calls upon just to rule on, is this good health practice or not?
I don't think that was not the point.
Well, I thought it was. I thought it was important that they have that ability to get that advice and that knowledge. But remember, I said one local health provider who shall specialize in working with children, such as a pediatrician appointed by the governor as a non-voting member.
Right. I guess there's, in talking to various of the people, including Maureen, afterward, Caitlin, thank you. Afterwards, the people who were here at the desk were looking at it as in what do they need? And they can go out and get special, they can invite people in. But there was a need, and I guess it was more complicated, partly to get the information back to the pediatricians from there, just like we want somebody on their committee who's part of education to come and tell us what's going on. So that was part of it. But part of it, I guess there is quite a bit of issue with legal paperwork, information, all kinds of stuff that they're running into problems with. And having somebody, and it doesn't have to be specific to a particular disability, but somebody who has to deal with all of that stuff, the legal issues and all of that, having them on the committee to bring up those issues. And that's one of the things, I guess, that's been a problem that is the other part of the reason why they put that in there.
You'd be a good friend of the government.
I don't know. Well, the impression I got was the majority of people who spoke didn't want it.
That was a selected small bit of it. They were pretty much representing the contingency, but there were other people who wanted it for different reasons than they mentioned.
I don't know if we all are at the same meeting this morning.
As I said, I talked to a bunch of them afterwards, including Caitlin Kutab, who was telling me why they had put that in there. And it wasn't what the people who we spoke to who sat at the desk, it wasn't what they were looking at. That is not why she put it in. And so they were looking at two completely different reasons for having a physician.
Why don't you get two amendments made, one with it in, one with it out?
Sounds good.
Count all the number of people at the table here, and we're spending hours talking about one position here. Yeah.
Why don't we say none of their meetings can last more than 30 minutes? Period. That's it. No matter what you decide, I don't care, 30 minutes, you're done. Vote.
Representative Alboni and Tanner, are you, got it? I handle what you guys has to do?
I hope so.
Good, thank you. Is there any other discussion? At 12:30. As a committee of the whole, yes. Pardon me? It will be a subcommittee meeting. You're welcome to get a sub if you so desire.
12:30?
Is it an official vote?
The final vote will be in November. This is like a subcommittee, only it's a subcommittee of the whole. No. Yeah. But I think everybody has to know there will be a vote taken. So that, if, like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 empty chairs here today. But I don't think it's made much of a difference. We could have voted today. No, but I agreed we wouldn't. So let's just do our voting at 12:30 on the 19th. On 18th.
Wednesday the 18th?
Let me write it down. 18th.
Possible. Two.
Yeah, okay.
And then after that, we just have
someday in November, we're gonna come back and vote on bills.
There'll be some days, there might be some other subcommittee meetings that, there's, Glenn has a couple going on. There are a couple that I had, which were committees of the whole. And they bring forward that stuff at the same time, at 12:30, just dump it all, get it all done. Okay,
Thank you. Good.
okay, is there anything else?
I'll see it. It's right, yours isn't working.
I know, so I keep checking the whole page.
It would be, you need legislative email.
I think we're done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
They're sort of military, we've been done 5 hours ago. Oh, yes.
Mr. Chair, are we having a caucus?
Pardon me?
Are we having a caucus?
Something that should